What's your name? You in a hurry to go somewhere? Now I know why I wasn't here the last 2 days. Having the time of her life in Gainesville, University of Florida, and it's like, yeah, I mean, we moved her up, and you know, it was hard. She had a move-in time of 8 a.m. Thursday the 18th. She was already moved in by 12, and she says, well, you guys can go home. You guys don't need to stay. So.
Oh, you didn't hear the chant?
What chant?
Freedom?
Oh. Yeah, well, I want that. I want freedom.
I don't want freedom for my family either. The house would be approved.
Well, you can, when we get to that point. Okay.
3 months ago about this. I still don't know the answer. I go by and look
Kara?
at it. I mean, and Kara just said,
Ready?
well, it doesn't look like they. I'm like,
Ready, dish? Which item is that?
no, so they're looking at it right by.
Okay.
Find it for you. Just give me-
The TDRs we're going to do last. Apparently some board members have questions, so we're going to leave it to the end. So,
43rd. Okay. I'm not getting anything in here. Okay, so I can't really. Okay. Yeah, look up the agenda over here. Church. Here we are.
all right.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the regularly scheduled meeting of the City of Coral Gables Historic Preservation Board. We are residents of Coral Gables and are charged with the preservation and protection of historic or architecturally worthy buildings, structures, sites, neighborhoods, and artifacts which impart a distinct historical heritage to the city.
Recording in progress.
The board is comprised of 9 members, 7 of whom are appointed by the commission, 1 by the city manager, and the 9th is selected by the board and confirmed by the commission. 5 members of the board constitute a quorum, and 5 affirmative votes are necessary for the adoption of any motion. Any person who acts as a lobbyist pursuant to the City of Coral Gables Ordinance Number 2006-11 must register with the city clerk prior to engaging in lobbying activities or presentations before city staff, boards, committees, and/or city commission. A copy of the ordinance is available in the office of the city clerk. Failure to register and provide proof of registration shall prohibit your ability to present to the Historic Preservation Board on applications under consideration.
Property at
this
1221
afternoon.
Milan Avenue is before you for consideration for designation
Lobbyist
as a
is
local
defined as an individual, corporation, partnership, or other legal entity employed or retained, whether paid or not, by a principal who seeks to encourage the approval, disapproval, adoption, repeal, passage, defeat, or modifications of any ordinance, resolution, action, or decision of any city commissioner, any action, decision, recommendation of the city manager, any city board or committee, including but not limited to quasi-judicial, advisory board, trust, authority, or council, or any action, decision, or recommendation of city personnel during the time period of the entire decision-making process on the action, decision, or recommendation which is foreseeably will be heard or reviewed by the city commission or a city board or committee, including but not limited to quasi-judicial, advisory board, trust, authority, or council. Presentations made to this board are subject to the city's false claims ordinance, Chapter 39 of the City of Coral Gables City Code. I now officially call the City of Coral Gables Historic Preservation Board meeting of September 21st, 2022 at 4:08 p.m. Present today are Ms. Peggy Rolando, Mr. Javier Durana, Ms. Donna Spain, Mr. Michael Maxwell, Mr. Cesar Garcia Pons, Mr. John Fullerton, Mr. Bruce Ehrenhaft, and myself, Albert Menendez. Next item on the agenda is approval of the minutes. Are there any changes, corrections, or comments?
Mr. Chair, I do have a question. I did speak to staff on page 8, the last paragraph. The fourth sentence seems to be copied and pasted. So I made a correction as to what I think it is, but I think you need to go back to the tape and listen to it. So if we could revise that sentence. And on page, I am. And page 17, it says slopes us, and it should be slopes up. I have them both marked, and I can provide it to staff.
Okay.
Those are my two comments.
Do I have a motion to approve?
I will
moved.
A second?
moved as amended. Max? Mike?
Mr. Maxwell?
Yes.
Was it moved as amended? Was it moved as amended, Michael? Thank you. Second, I'll second it, Garcia.
Mr. Garcia Pons seconds it.
Yes.
Yes.
I was absent at that last meeting.
You still have to vote.
Huh? No. 'Cause I don't know anything about it.
Yes.
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 Yes. Notice regarding ex parte communications. Please be advised that this board is quasi-judicial board and the items on the agenda are quasi-judicial in nature, which requires board members to disclose all ex parte communications. An ex parte communication is defined as any contact, communication, conversation, correspondence, memorandum, or other written or verbal communication that takes place outside a public hearing between a member of the public and a member of a quasi-judicial board regarding matters to be heard by the quasi-judicial board. If anyone has made any contact with a board member when the issue comes before the board, the member must state on the record the existence of the ex parte communication, the party who originated the communication, and whether the communication will affect the board member's ability to impartially consider the evidence to be presented regarding the matter. Deferrals. Do we have any deferrals today?
The applicant for 311 Romano Avenue, which is the last item on the agenda, was counseled by staff. They needed to come and request a deferral in person, but I don't believe anyone is here on that item. You are here. Good. Please come up. Yes, does he need to be sworn in to ask for a deferral?
Sorry, repeat that again?
Does he need to be sworn in to ask for a deferral?
No, if he's not providing testimony, no.
I'd like to request a deferral. So today we filed.
Your name, please.
Michael Lefevre. I'm the owner of 311 Romano Avenue. Thanks for your time today. Today we filed revised plans to the Board of Architects based on a first set of revisions from the Board of Architects. Since that first meeting, we also received the report, the staff report on the the staff recommendation on historic status of our house. And we would like to, once we have the following meeting with the Board of Architects, present those plans to this board, and at the same meeting also consider the staff recommendation for historic preservation, which would allow us to better understand potential impacts of that recommendation on the project that we have in front of the Board of Architects next week.
I'm sorry, when's the meeting with the Board of Architects?
plans went in today, and I believe that means we're on the agenda for next week.
So it'll be,
So Kara, do we need to vote on this?
Yes.
Okay. Would you call the roll?
Mr.
I
Chair,
ask one question?
Yeah.
Are the plans that are going to the Board of Architects for an addition to this existing home?
They are, yeah.
and would this be for the next meeting?
We'd like it to be. I don't know that the timeline will work, but we're going to work with staff to get it on as soon as possible.
If we can, we'll put it together on the next one.
So if we have time after the Board of Architects meeting, because I know that's tight.
They may have to post the property if it's a. big
Yeah, I
enough
mean, we
addition,
can
but still.
advertise it and get it ready, and if they're not ready, we just don't present it.
It is, however,
There is no motion.
There is no motion.
I'll make a motion for a deferral to the first available meeting.
Okay.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Ms. Rolando seconds it.
Yes.
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 Thank you.
Swearing in. If any persons in the audience will be testifying today, please rise to be sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you will give today will be the truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Do we have any excused absences today?
No.
Okay. All right, so then we'll start with the first case file LHD 2022-007, consideration of the local historic designation of the property at 1221 Milan Avenue, legally described as Lot 9, Block 39, Coral Gables, Granada, Section Revised, according to the plat thereof, as recorded in Plat Book 8 at page 113 of the Public Records of Dade County, Florida.
Thank you. Before we begin, I just wanted to clarify for the board that Warren is not going to be here in person. He is participating by Zoom. So we're going to sort of tag team the effort this afternoon. If you can please run the PowerPoint presentation for 1221 Milan, please.
Kara, if you do have when Warren is going to speak, we need to make sure that he's on video and he needs to be sworn in as well.
Okay.
The property at 1221 Milan Avenue is before you for consideration for designation as a local historic landmark. The single-family home was designed in 1923 by architect Louis Brown. The designation is the result of a historic significance determination requested by the owner after the property was cited for code violations and they were unable to obtain an after-the-fact permit. As per Article 8, Section 8-103 of the Coral Gables Zoning Code, criteria for designation of historic landmarks, a local historic landmark must have significant character, interest, or value of part of the historical, cultural, archaeological, aesthetic, or architectural heritage of the city, state, or nation. For designation, a property must meet one of the criteria outlined in the code. 1221 Milan Avenue is eligible as a local historic landmark based on 3 criteria. Historical cultural significance. Criteria 4. It exemplifies the historical, cultural, political, economic, or social trends of the community. Architectural significance. Criteria 1. It portrays the environment of an era of history characterized by one or more distinctive architectural style. Criteria 2. It embodies those distinguishing characteristics of an architectural style or period or method of construction. 1221 Milan Avenue is a residential single-family home in the Granada section. It is on a 50-foot by 100-foot interior lot on the north side of the street between Columbus Boulevard and Madrid Street. Coral Gables was originally conceived as a suburb of Miami and attracted investors from across the nation during the South Florida real estate boom of the 1920s. Merrick drew from the Garden City and City Beautiful movements of the 19th and early 20th century to create his vision for a fully conceived Mediterranean-inspired city, which is now considered one of the first modern planned communities in the United States. The city's developmental history is divided into three major historical periods. During the initial developmental period, architectural design specifically combined elements commonly used in Spanish, Moorish, and Italian architecture. The home at 1221 Milan Avenue was commissioned by Coral Gables founder George Merrick and designed by Louis Brum, a member of his design team. It espoused Merrick's Mediterranean ideals and is the very early example of what is now known as the Coral Gables Cottage. The October 1920 map on the left side of the slide shows the initial layout of Coral Gables when lots first went on sale in November of 1921. Initial sales were in the direct vicinity of Merrick's homestead in Section A, circled in red. Sales were very successful, and the remainder of the land was divided into sections B through I, as seen on the map on the right, and offered for sale through 1922. As sales took off, Merrick looked to expand his land holdings. Records indicate that he expended a tremendous amount of time and energy in extending his holdings to the Tamiami Trail in the area highlighted in purple. Note that he initially only held lots on either side of Granada Boulevard, denoted as Section F. By fall 1923, Section F, which is highlighted here in purple, was significantly expanded. Merrick renamed it the Granada section and redirected hundreds of workers to lay street sidewalks and water mains. Milan Avenue was the southern border of this section and is the red line on this plat map. In 1923, as Merrick increased his land holdings, he began to develop streetscapes following Garden City precepts. Unlike earlier sections, the Granada section was platted with large areas allocated for moderately priced and smaller-sized homes. To showcase his vision, Merrick commissioned architects H. George Fink, Martin Hampton, and Louis Brum to design 58 Mediterranean-inspired homes to demonstrate that, though smaller, the moderately priced homes in Coral Gables would have the same quality of construction and aesthetic as the larger homes. In the Granada section, Merrick stated that these 58 homes would, quote, embody new and radical departures from the usual type of small home designing, with compactness, beauty, and comfort that will appeal to smaller families. Each home will be differently, finely detailed design, end quote. Their distribution of the 58 homes was 12 on Ferdinand Street, 18 on Genoa Street, 8 on Milan Avenue, 6 on Capri Street, and 14 on Pizarro Avenue. These one-story homes were the first of what would later be classified as the Coral Gables Cottage. The 8 homes on Milan Avenue commissioned by George Merrick are shown here by the red blocks. 1221 Milan Avenue was one of these homes and is denoted by the orange arrow. As intended, these homes provided a model for and sparked interest in developing Milan Avenue with moderately priced homes. The blue blocks here are the other homes on the street built in the 1920s. Milan Avenue retains its context to date. Developing these streets was a source of pride for Merrick. In 1925, he stated, "Frequently at night, Mrs. Merrick and I drive through Coral Gables. We go into the moderate price sections and we find something which gives me even more pride in the accomplishment of an ideal. People who formerly used stock plans can now have a well-appointed home. It is gratifying to see the difference in attractiveness of one of our very moderately priced houses as compared to a house of similar cost in the unrestricted section of Miami." The home at 1221 Milan Avenue was one of the earliest of the Coral Gables cottages, and it played a significant role in the development of this typology in the city. Records indicate that as Merrick began developing the Granada section, his brother-in-law, Paul Kuhn, contributed financing, and this included financing the home at 1221 Milan Avenue. Kuhn was married to Merrick's sister Helen, and they had 3 young children. When Kuhn died suddenly in 1924, a member of Merrick's home department, Francis Cy Guest, stepped up to assist the widow and assumed the final financing of the house. In 1925, with the incorporation of the city, Guest joined the Coral Gables Fire Department, and in 1926 he became a member of the Coral Gables Police Force. 2 years later, Sergeant Guest was tragically killed on Christmas Eve by a drunk driver. Guest was the first Coral Gables officer killed in the line of duty, and his name is inscribed on the National Law Enforcement Memorial in Washington, D.C. He is pictured here on the left. In 1927, Dr. John Tom Holdsworth purchased 1221 Milan Avenue and lived in the home for 37 years. Dr. Holdsworth was a renowned economist and professor who was recruited heavily by the University of Miami to develop their School of Business Administration. He was dean of the school from 1929 to 1941. In 1964, Dr. Holdsworth sold this home to the University of Miami for $1. The property then passed through several owners until the current owners purchased it in 1998. Merrick chose to develop Coral Gables as a Mediterranean-inspired city because he felt this type of architecture harmonized best with South Florida's climate and lifestyle. The home at 1221 Milan Avenue honors Merrick's vision. Built over a crawl space to provide ventilation and separation from the high water table, the home has thick masonry walls to aid in keeping the home cool and varied casement windows and porch features arranged to provide much-needed cross-ventilation and light in this tropical environment. The home was designed by architect Louis Brum, who came to Coral Gables from California, where he had substantial experience designing Spanish-inspired buildings. Brum, in tandem with team member H. George Fink, was largely responsible for developing the city's cottage genre. The home includes many additional prominent and character-defining features of the Mediterranean Revival style, which include, but are not limited to, its textured stucco, combination of roof types and heights, projecting bays, arched openings, in particular the street-facing segmental arch with the distinctive corner knobs, Spanish-inspired chimney with diamond-shaped cutouts, detached garage whose parapets were designed to mirror the main house, wing walls, a barrel tile roof, decoratively arranged round vents in a diamond configuration, recessed casement windows with protruding sills, and swooped masonry hoods. In this slide, you can see the home over the last century. Visual assessment of the property, as well as examination of permit documents and historic photographs, indicate that there were few changes to the character-defining features of the home at 1221 Milan Avenue prior to the unpermitted alterations by the current owner, who acquired the property in 1998. A discussion of these unpermitted alterations is provided in the designation report. Alterations that occurred prior to 1998 include the enclosing of the two screened porches denoted in blue on the survey. The current S-tile roof was installed in 1997. And in 1981, a roofed porch was added at the rear of the home along the east facade of the garage. The orange arrow on the survey indicates its location, and the photo in the center shows it soon after completion. The current owner purchased the property in 1998, and this slide illustrates some of the alterations undertaken since then. The alterations were done without a permit, and code enforcement case is ongoing. Additional details are provided in the designation report. Between 2009 and 2011, the open porch area on the front facade was enclosed for living space. This is denoted in purple on the 2001 property survey and illustrated by the photos in the center of the slide. Also by 2011, a raised concrete pad was laid along the west side of the home as denoted in green on the survey. This patio blocked access to the garage. The garage door was removed and the garage became connected to the home as living space, as well as the rear 1981 porch that was also enclosed for living space. It is denoted in yellow on the survey. The photo above the survey shows the enclosed porch. By 2021, this area was extended approximately another 6 feet north into the rear setback, as illustrated on the 2021 property survey on the right. The photo above this survey shows that addition painted white, abutting the rear of the original garage, which is painted yellow. Here is a current photo of the home. The taller, shed-roofed bay was the original screened entry porch. Note the street-facing segmental arched opening with this distinctive corner knob feature. Also evident on this photo is the texture of the stucco. On the west side, note the arched opening of the entry porch and the prominent chimney. One of the hallmark features of the home are the swooped lintels, two of which you can see here above the windows flanking the chimney. Above these windows are examples of the grouped round vents decoratively arranged in a diamond configuration. In the photo on the left, you can also see another grouping on the original garage. The photos in the center and the right side of the slide show the original east facade of the home. There is a pop-out bay whose shed roof was originally tiled. The photo at the right is the original sleeping porch. Like the pop-out bay, it historically had a barrel tile on its shed roof and is now unclad. The photo in the lower left is the east facade of the recent infill in the front of the house. The orange arrow on the top slide indicates its location. It is not clear if an opening on this side was recently enclosed or if this area of the addition was not finished, as it is obscured by vegetation. The photo on the left shows the rear facade of the home. It is looking at the northeast corner of the original sleeping porch. You can see the two windows infilling the large screened opening whose location and original size is easily discernible in the change of stucco texture. The photos on the right are of the enclosed 1981 porch on the top and at the bottom of the more recent extension to the rear of the home. The home was designed with two wing walls. Their locations and configurations are documented in this 1967 historic photo and circled in red. They are currently obscured from the street, but appear on the 2021 property survey. In conclusion, the single-family home at 1221 Milan Avenue was one of 8 homes on Milan commissioned by city founder George Merrick in 1923. In accordance with Garden City precepts, Merrick envisioned Milan Avenue as a street of moderately priced, attractive houses. He commissioned 3 members of his design team to demonstrate that these smaller homes were built with the same high-quality construction and Mediterranean revival-style features as other structures that shaped the new city in the early 1920s. These houses are amongst the earliest of what are now known as the Coral Gables cottages. The home at 1221 Milan Avenue was designed by architect Louis Brum, who in tandem with team member H. George Fink was largely responsible for the developing of the city's cottage genre. This home was one of the earliest of the cottages, and it played a significant role in the development of the Coral Gables cottage in the city. Hence, the property at 1221 Milan Avenue significantly contributes to the historic fabric of the city of Coral Gables. Staff recommends approval of the local historic designation of the property at 1221 Milan Avenue based on its historical, cultural, and architectural significance.
So I believe the owner is here that wants to address you all, or if you have any questions for staff. We do recommend approval, obviously. There were letters that were received in favor of the application. I'm not sure, I don't think you have copies of them on the dais, but I will tell you who they're from. Letter from Jane Romanos at 1261 Milan Avenue, expressing her support of the designation. There's a letter from Ileana Saire, also expressing her support in the designation. Letter from Bruce Fitzgerald, no address given, expressing support. Zuli Pardo, 49 Campina Court, also expressing their support. And the final letter is from the Historic Preservation Association of Coral Gables, and they're also expressing their support of the designation. I can read any of those to you into the record if you like, but they will be made part of the record.
Okay.
Okay.
Through the chair, I do have a question for staff. So are we, is the request to designate the home in its current state or in its previous state?
Correct. And we designate as it is now.
As it is now? And staff believes that even with the several additions, it is still significant?
Yes.
Thank you.
In the S tile. In the S tile.
Yes.
It has S tile on it now?
Speak to the mic.
Hi. The S tile, I believe so.
Turn it off, wrong. It was on before.
Would the owners like to speak?
Also, through the chair, there was a handout at the beginning, which I didn't receive. Is it important for me to see that in order to consider what? Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Peter Saliamanis. I'm here with my wife, Ann, and a friend of ours who is an attorney, David Sachs. My mic? Is it? Sorry. Is that better? Okay. I really wish that everything said in the report accurately depicts my home, because then I'd have a really cool home, something worthy of preserving. But at the end of the day, my home is very simple. It's very plain. Really what makes it special is what happened inside, but over the years with my family. But I'd like to talk a little bit about the report, because I think it's not quite accurate. Starting with the first sentence, believe it or not, where it talks about the that is part of this genre of cottage homes that were commissioned by George Merrick in 1923. My home was built in 1922, so I don't know how it's part of those homes, considering the dates. There are several articles that were attached to the report that, or they were either attached or they were used as supporting documents for the report that Warren Adams gave to me, that talks about, like in November of 1923, how they're commissioning these homes, and my house was already built in 1922. That's just one point I wanted to make. I don't think it's part of those homes. I did give a couple of documents there that shows there are 11 homes on Milan in 1924, so it's possible that mine was one of the 3 that weren't part of those cottage homes as well. Also, the report states, it talks a little bit about the qualities that these cottage homes are. They say, quote, "While they are not expensive, they represent the best of architecture." And it continues to say, "With fixtures built in," I don't have any built-in fixtures, "garages linked artistically with the houses," which mine is not, "screen loggias," I don't have, and large and delightfully planted patios with winding walks of flagstone paving. My house doesn't contain that either. And unique lanterns of early Spanish designs, not prevalent in my home. Gothic entrances and ported Spanish tile roofs. I do have that, but cypress beams and archways also not in my home. So it just seems unlikely that my home was part of those 58 cottage homes. The report then talks about the historical significance of the people, of the architect and the people who lived in my home. Louis Brum worked in tandem with George Fink, and Dr. Holdsworth was the first dean of the University of Miami School of Business Administration, which, according to the report, is a reason why our home is significant. And it says, quote, significantly contribute to the historic fabric of the city of Coral Gables. I would argue that working with Louis Blum, working with someone who is significant, doesn't make him significant. And I'm sure Louis Blum designed many beautiful homes, but mine just isn't one of them. I mean, it's a very, very simple design, something that looks like it was done fairly quickly. And the fact that Dr. Holdsworth was the first dean of the School of Business, I don't believe that that's enough in and of itself to make him an historic figure. Maybe if he created the School of Business and or revolutionized the way business schools were done, perhaps that could be something, but just because he was the dean, I don't think that reaches the bar. And if that is true, then I guess we'd have to consider every other dean that was the first dean of that particular school. So I don't know if that's the case or not, but I would imagine, for instance, the School of Computer Science first dean maybe was in the 80s, and maybe he lives in a house built in 2015. So if the code says you just need one requirement, and that's the requirement, then, well, whoever was the dean, right, would therefore his house would now be historic. So, and just on page 7 in the report, paragraph 2, it says that he actually established the School of Business, but he didn't. He was just the dean. And also, I found it interesting. I went to the Coral Gables Museum and looked at the exhibit on Coral Gables, and neither man was mentioned in the exhibit. And one would think that if the museum deemed them historically significant, that they would be there, and they're not there. Then the report mentions Francis Cyril Guest, who was the first police officer killed in the line of duty in Coral Gables. Well, he held the mortgage on the home. He never lived there. He lived at 527 Minorca, and I can't imagine that the fact that he held the mortgage on the home would make our house significant as well. Then regarding the characteristic design features of these cottage homes, and I hope I'm not repetitive, but mine doesn't have these features. On page 6 of the report, paragraph 2, it says, quote, a small house in which every detail is a joy is made beautiful with a cloistered entrance, which is not on mine, whose slightly pointed arched, don't have, and carved columns, I don't have those, lead to an open patio, doesn't do that, as finely thought out and executed as a Renaissance palace, I wish, but that's not my home again. Has its chief decoration and entrance loggia, I don't have a loggia, with a group of 3 round arches, I don't have those. The middle slightly higher than the other 2, okay, with twisted columns, I don't have that. So delicate and right that no other decoration is necessary, and such inconspicuous details as in the ironwork of a window, my home doesn't have that. The trim of a chimney, the curve of a garage roof, all these things my home doesn't have. The report then lists things that my home supposedly has that would make it significant, but I think that none of those features are such as like having a crawl space or having textured stucco or being built of concrete block. I don't think there's anything revolutionary or unique in those designs that would lead it to be historically significant, right? I mean, I think that should be the criteria in a design if it's going to be called significant. So on page 10, paragraph 3, it states that, quote, the home possesses numerous character-defining features of the Mediterranean Revival style. These include, but are not limited to, textured stucco finish. My home does have that. Then it says combination roof heights. Well, the original house basically has one roof height with just the slanted, I guess there's not a picture of it up now, but just the area in the front where it has the Spanish tile. It's not like one of these wonderful Coral Gables homes where you see like different roof heights throughout. So I think that's kind of an exaggeration. It says then, quote, a series of arched openings. I don't have a series of arched openings. The only arches I have are the window, well, it used to be a screen, the window in the front and on the side. A distinctive knob-arched opening facing the street. I don't think that, again, is anything so unique, revolutionary, and therefore not historically significant. It says, quote, Spanish-inspired chimney with diamond-shaped cutouts. Well, the chimney is not original, as seen if you look at the photo from 1967. There weren't any diamond-shaped cutouts, and the barrel tile didn't exist on the chimney until at least after 1967. It says, quote, detached garage whose parapets were designed to mirror the main home. I don't see anything so wonderful about the parapets. They're just a parapet. It mirrors the parapet of the main home because it's just a very simple parapet. But it looks like the report is trying to make it look more than it really is. Wing walls. Yeah, there's a wing wall on the garage. Used to be a little wing wall. It's nice, I suppose. And then there's one on the side, but there's not much of a design to it. It just is pretty much square and conceals my AC. Barrel tile roof. Yes, that was also, I think, taken away and then added. You can see in the 1967 photo. I don't even know if there actually was barrel tile roof originally. If you look at the original design, there was barrel tile roof, but we don't have a photo of one. The earliest photo I think we have is maybe 1967. I could be wrong, but it wasn't there, and then it was added later. And it also says decoratively arranged groups of round vents in diamond configuration. I say, oh, yes, there are. I don't know how significant they are, except for they allow the rodents to crawl inside my roof. And then it says projecting bays. Well, there's one part on the side of the house where the bathroom projects about 1 foot. And that is all there is. And it's hardly visible from the street either. It says recessed easement windows with protruding sills and swooped masonry hoods. I think that's just a very fancy way to describe. I have some window sills on the top and the bottom, and they're not on all the windows. And there's many, of course, old Spanish homes that don't have that feature. There's also been many changes to my homes over the years, not all that I did. If you look on page 9, figure 11, the decorative, so I gave, or you have the original design of my house. It's not in the best shape. Okay, this is the building file, and there's a long list of things that have been changed over the years in my house. But if you can make it out the best you can, there on the design there was a decorative feature on the parapet, and that's not there. It wasn't there when I bought the house. I don't know if it was ever built or whether it was taken away at some point. The front window used to be a screen. There are windows now. The porch, if you can see, so the front porch was never, I don't think, there. If you look at the sketch, the stairs are very narrow in the original sketch. And then later on, and there's no indication that there was actually ever a porch. Later on, you see as the stairs widen, there's probably the porch at that point, and then somebody put an awning up to cover the porch. So I'm not sure that the porch actually was originally there. Of course, combination roof heights. I think I might be repeating some things here. A series of arched openings. We discussed that already. So the Spanish-inspired chimney with diamond-shaped cutouts. There weren't diamond-shaped cutouts originally on the design. It looked more like a curve design. So that's also been altered from the original design. And then it says on page 10, paragraph 4, quote, visual assessment of the property as well as examination of permit documents and historic photographs indicates that there are few changes to the character-defining features of the home at 1221 Milan prior to the unpermitted alterations by the current owner. That's not true. There's been a lot that has been changed, like I said, and I'm sorry I read from the wrong spot on my notes, but I think I covered most of the issue. Well, on the west facade, on the original design, there's many windows, and they're not all there. And there's a door or two on the west facade that's also no longer there. That is the way, and that's how I bought the house. The west facade used to have an arched window to the left of the door. That's no longer there. And the room at the back used to be screened in, and now it's enclosed with windows. The entire back area was added in 1981, and that's what established the direct connection to the garage, not the patio. And the front of the garage, if you look, had some pattern on it. I don't know what it was, but that's also not there either. And at some point, the garage was made livable. So I'm sorry for my rambling and my imperfect presentation. I'm not used to public speaking. I'd just like to say that, we moved to Coral Gables because of its character. That's what really turned us on, because of the trees and the homes. And we're really a big proponent of historic preservation. But I think declaring our home, significant when it's not, is you risk two things. One, you diminish the integrity of homes that are truly historic. And I think there's a danger to that. And I think it would be wrong to do so to my house. And I'd be worried that eventually, the community might push back. And in that pushback, there could be truly historic homes that could get lost as a result. So, do you have any questions for me? Thank you very much. And do you have any questions?
Don't go anywhere. I have questions.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, I need to interrupt. Council handed me a number of papers and said this represents changes in the house. It says start building file and the address. I cannot look at this or consider it unless it's on the record, it's been submitted, and everybody has a copy. So I'd like to hand it either, I don't know who I should give it to, Mr. Ceballos.
Hello? Is the applicant proposing to make that part of the record?
I don't know. Do we have, yes? Okay, yes. Yes.
I mean, given the fact that there's only one copy, if you'd like to pass it around to your fellow board members.
You have. I just put it in.
How does it relate to the presentation, or is that what you're going to talk about now?
I'm sorry?
My comments will be brief, but I know you have comments or questions for the owner. I just wanted to talk
Please
about.
state your name.
Yes.
I
Hello,
can't
everybody.
consider
Good
this
evening. My name is David Sachs, law office at 2 South Biscayne Boulevard. I'm here on behalf of the Salamineses and with respect to your application here tonight. I simply wanted to say, and then I'll let you ask Peter questions, or I'm happy to, whatever your preference is. But this document is, I guess you take judicial notice of it. It's the city's own microfilm department. I'm sorry I didn't have copies, but again, the real point of it is to show the various changes that were illustrated by Mr. Salamines tonight. So I don't know how you want to handle that. Again, if I had a photocopy here right now, we'd be doing this, and there'd be no problem. So it's up to the board's discretion as to whether or not you want to admit this into the record.
Aaron, huh? Oh, Mr. Fullerton's got it. Kara, who requested this?
This was the result of a historical significance determination.
Okay. Are there any
So
questions?
what I'm trying to understand is, what is the point of the materials that you want to introduce? Is it in support of your client's statements that there have been changes to the property? And what
Yes.
is what is this exhibit demonstrate?
Yes, in a sentence, This is to support what my client has said here tonight through documentary proof. And more specifically, it's to illustrate that over the years, over the years, that there have been changes to the property as shown by the building permits within this package. And that was also testified earlier. So this is the backup to that. And that's it. That's all.
And is this for all of the changes or only the changes that preceded his acquisition?
They, I believe, preceded his acquisition. Certainly, many of them did, but it stands alone. We asked from the city, a copy of all permits in connection with the property, just so we could demonstrate, what our position is, that it's not as significant as we believe and our architect believes that this property is. And I'll stop talking now.
Through the chair, can we just ask staff to take a look at it? Because staff did mention during the presentation a number of these modifications, and it appears that these reflect the same modifications, but I can't, unless the applicant wants to stipulate that they're the same modifications that were presented by staff in the report.
Not all of that is in the record, unfortunately. It goes back to 1920, and I would say the same of all cities. There's probably a paucity of key records that are missing. But this is, again, what came from the city through a public records request under Chapter 121.
So one more question for staff. Is this the information that staff would have looked through to make their report, or
I can't.
You can't?
I haven't seen it. I don't know what it is.
Well, would
It's a street file, I think.
would the Historic Preservation Department have checked the city's
Yes.
permit records?
Yes.
Mr. Sachs, I think you might, if you hand the other one at the other end, we may be able to go more quickly
Yes.
reviewing it, unless you need one in front of you right now.
You mean just hand it to the city?
Hand it to Mr. Durana at least, so that, if we're going to take a look at it, we have a chance, but
In the meantime, is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak in favor of this case?
Mr. Chair?
Yes?
I'm just going to conclude after any questions you may have. That's all I'm going to say.
Okay. Anyone in the audience who would like to speak in opposition of this case? Okay, I'll close the public portion of the hearing.
I have a question for staff. Yes. Do you know when the original permit, number 402, was issued? What date?
No. The
That part of it that was lost?
yes, the initial the permit book for the city numbers 1 through I think like 1326 don't exist anymore. The permit book starts after that point. Those first pages are gone. So as this is number 402, and we do know it was built prior to the incorporation of the city, which was in 1925. And at that time, they went back and assigned permit numbers to those structures that were already built. So that number, the 1922 on the tax card, may be right, it may not be right. Elizabeth Ewan, who did the research on this particular report, is actually not here today. She's not on Zoom. But at my best guess as to why that we know that this was the date that we say it's in the report is that the Granada section did not open for sale for lots until 1923, the end of 1923. So my guess is that that's how she has some record that he commissioned those properties for the Granada section after it was available for purchase.
Thank you. And also, when you're talking about the people that lived in the home and the architect, if you go to the Coral Gables zoning code, there's a section of it that talks about the criteria for designating a property like this. And there are criteria that talk about who was the architect, who lived there, is associated in a significant way with the life and activities of a major historic person. That's not what staff is saying that they're suggesting that that they're recommending that we designate the home for. It's on its architectural significance and its cultural significance. It's not about those people at all.
Okay, because they talk about them a lot
And
in the
I mean,
report.
it's interesting, and
Oh.
and it's interesting that they live there,
Yeah.
but neither one of them necessarily is a major historical person in the city, which is why the Coral Gables Museum probably doesn't have them, and is why they didn't list that as a criteria for designation. I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay? And when you're talking about a Coral Gables cottage, that was also talked about by Merrick, but there is a specific term in the zoning code that is a Coral Gables cottage. And that was done in the 1990s because those properties, those small homes that have architectural details were being lost. People were buying them, knocking them down, replacing them with other homes. And so the planning department, along with the historic preservation department, it may have been one department then, I don't know, but they set up a cottage ordinance to save those homes. And so they listed, I think there's 19 criteria. And if your home qualified for 12 of those, it was considered a Coral Gables cottage. There was certain criteria. So that's a zoning code term. And that list that Elizabeth had in her report, which she checked off, that's 12.
There are 19 criteria.
Right.
In
And
order-
so
yeah.
that's what she was doing. She was going to that part of the zoning code and then checking off those things that your property has that qualifies it as a Coral Gables cottage, not as a historic property, but as a Coral Gables cottage.
I'm not sure if those are still on my home, or they were ever part of it. I think some of those are perhaps inaccurate.
Well,
If we can look at them,
I
mean,
can
because I went
guarantee
through.
that they went out and looked at your house.
I'm sorry?
I'm sure the staff went out and looked at your house in order to check off those criteria.
Right. Okay.
I mean, I know they
Yeah.
did. I wasn't with them, but that's what they do.
Right.
Anyhow, I just wanted to clarify that it wasn't, there are plenty of quotes from Merrick about the cottages and how great they are, but what staff is referring to in that checklist was an actual list in zoning code that your property does qualify for. I think
Okay.
that's all I have.
Any other questions?
I do have a follow-up question for staff, similar to the one I asked previously about the modifications to the existing home. So if the board votes today to make this historic, it would be historic in its current condition, which means the S-tile, the additions, everything that was not originally part of the home is historic. I just need some clarity, please.
Yes, I don't know if Warren is on and wants to address this,
Mr. Adams?
but we did,
I'm here, can you hear me?
Yes. Do you need to be on screen?
Warren, you need to be seen and you need to be sworn in.
Can you see me?
Nope. Can CGTV put the Zoom screen on? There you go.
There he is.
All right.
Do you swear that the testimony you will give today will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Adams, you need to repeat the question about if it gets designated today, does it get designated with all of the additions, or are we designating the original home? Just a little bit of clarity on what a designation would constitute.
It gets designated as is, and if any restoration work was taken in the future to take it back to its historic appearance, then obviously that would be supported, but certainly it's designated as is. And obviously, if it was designated, any future alterations would have to be reviewed by the Preservation Office.
Kara, that was a little muddled. Did you understand?
Would you like me to repeat?
If you could, Adam, it was a little blurry.
The building would be designated as is at the moment. However, any future alterations or any potential restoration in the future would be reviewed by the Preservation Office for appropriateness. So if any changes were made after the designation, this office would review those changes.
Thank you, Mr. Adams.
Albert? Yeah. I have a few questions for staff and for council. Thank you. If we designate or vote to approve the designation, does that grandfather in or validate the illegal additions?
No.
I don't believe that there's any illegal additions that are before you today, but if there was an addition done that was not part of the historic fabric of the structure and the property is designated, and there's a future modification, your board has the authority to request that that be changed or modified, such as, I mean, we've seen a multitude of times where a property gets designated and has S-type tile, comes back for a re-roofing, and the board requires a two-piece barrel tile.
Okay.
But the illegal additions are handled by
Correct.
code enforcement.
Additionally, there is a code enforcement case open on the property that will require correction.
Okay, so what the decision we make today has nothing, it will have no effect on whatever other actions the city may be taking.
Whatever was done unpermitted will have to be either permitted or corrected.
Okay, and the applicant has suggested that the home would not qualify or might not qualify for designation because there have been intervening modifications over the 100-year life of the home. My recollection is that through the years we've designated a lot of properties where there's been alterations to the property. From the preservation department's point of view, what is the effect of modifications on the consideration of the historic significance of the property?
As long as the property continues to maintain its historic integrity and meets the criteria, we find that it's significant. And in this case, we do feel that it still meets the criteria for designation and that it has retained enough of its integrity to identify it as a Coral Gables cottage and a very early permit at that. Warren, I don't know if you want to add anything.
Thank you.
Yeah, as long as the property continues to convey its significance, and in terms of architecture, certainly we believe that there were sufficient details there to convey that significance as an early example of the Mediterranean revival style.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I have just a thought or a comment. I'm looking at the Brum and, I think, the Brum and the Fink drawings of the house.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't seem to have much relationship to what we see today. And in fact, the house today is a pretty poor example of what he left behind, or let us think it was supposed to look like. And then I looked through all the photographs that we have, and there are 3 or 4 or 2 or 3 different iterations of what the house looked like. There's this thing on this crown on top of the chimney, and there's no chimney, and there's nothing on top, and then there's a diamond-shaped thing. I mean, it's all over the place. I just don't know what we're designating except an image of what has been added to and subtracted from for the last, well, at least since 1967. The last photograph I could see on here that had any architectural feeling to it at all. So I don't know, I'm inclined to wait until the house goes through its process of redesign after the workout of the illegal additions, and then come back. I don't know.
So this wasn't, it's following the correct process in terms of the historical significance determination. If we find that it's significant, we are required to bring a designation report to you within 60 days. So I don't believe it's a question of them wanting to come back after work has been completed.
Well, it's not really up to them. It's either historic or not.
But that is up to this
But
board.
did it come to you for a significance determination because they wanted to demolish the home?
Yes.
Was it your intent to demolish the home and then
Yes.
build your dream house there?
Yes.
Okay.
And
Because if they go to, I don't know how this will work, but if you go to the code enforcement, when they have a hearing on the illegal stuff that
right.
happened, and they say, well, we want to demolish the home.
that's a good
The
point.
code enforcement say, well, okay, well, then that's not an issue. And so I think this board needs to make some type of determination as to whether or not it's significant or not, and designated or not designated, which would help him or hurt him, I don't know, but I don't think you should be going to the code enforcement board without something from this board.
Would somebody like to make a motion?
Well, I believe the applicant is before you today for a determination. So it wouldn't go to code board without this board's determination today whether to designate or not designate.
He could.
So, Mr. Chair, I'm looking for a motion, but I just wanted to, Mr. Fullerton was mentioning the discrepancies between the drawings and the building. I found in my research that many of the drawings, and maybe staff can follow up, is many of the drawings for these cottages were not built exactly as they were drawn. Many of the sort of details weren't included, and some different ones were included or mirrored or changed. I think there are definitely some details in these drawings that were not built, I would imagine, but I think that is typical to
Yes.
this type of
It is. That
building.
happened quite frequently between the permit drawings and what was actually constructed for many properties. And we have early photographs that we know there have not been alterations that have been made. Then it's very easy to surmise that they were just done on the fly during construction, and they were done in the field.
Thank you, Kara.
Thanks.
Yes.
Through the chair, members of the board, I just wanted to sum up a little bit before any motion was made. It's clear that my client isn't consenting to having this property designated. As we've talked about. You're great at this. Me and you have been, we're on our bad list. As I was saying, as we've discussed, keeping the home, Mr. Solomonis and his wife could file the demolition permit some time ago. They chose not to. That was a choice made based upon the fact that at heart, while he's not credentialed as a historic preservationist, he very much loves this home. As he said earlier, he wants to live in this home. He could have filed a demolition permit consistent, I think it's chapter 554 that's now in place. And, that would be potentially problematic for everybody. But that's not what he wants to do. That's not what you want to do. So I do want to go on the record because I see where things are moving here, but I wanted to pick up on some of Peter's points. First, that with respect to the competent substantial evidence that's set forth in the report and some of the additional materials, some questions have been raised. Was the parapet there? Was it not there? And we can go through all of those things as Peter did, and that's on the record, but it's clear that with respect to competent substantial evidence, you as applicant, city as applicant, has the burden of showing, and did so through their historic resources report that's before us. Peter rebutted that, I think, pretty completely, and definitely raised some issues that I think were just recently asked by Board Member Fullerton and Mr. Ponce. having said that, there was even further questions about the changes over the years. So I think that before we get too far ahead of ourselves, we really need to take a step back. I don't know if there's an additional rush. I know it's happening in other cities about properties being designated, but let's not trip over ourselves, especially when we have someone that's willing to do something good, albeit not necessarily historic, which again is why it was saved well before he received his notice, just so you're all aware of that. Notwithstanding the condition of the home, which, is occupied by rodents and things like that. I don't know if you said that earlier. Forgive me for repeating it. But either way, I wanted to say that. I also wanted to say it's important, I think. I'm a preservationist. I'm a lawyer, but I'm a preservationist. I think it's important that we don't water down, as Peter said, some of these things. The criteria require, the word significance and the words exemplifies, this isn't hyperbole. So I think it's important that as a board, we take into consideration really what's historic and what's not. And that's not, trip over ourselves in order to get things designated for the sake of having them designated. When we know that the report was somewhat inaccurate, but again, it's the 1920s, but it was inaccurate. And so the competent substantial evidence was rebutted by my client. I don't know if it was rebutted to your extent, to your satisfaction, but nevertheless it was. I'll also go on to say that in addition to it just being a stretch, and unfortunately, not everything in the city can be designated, as we all know. There's a connection to George Merrick that runs far and wide, and I can go on and on and on about Venetian pools and all the coral rock, but let's not even go there. That was just part of my last comment about let's check ourselves with respect to thinning out what the criteria really are. I'd also like to say that, because the structure, has, because of what I'm talking about with regards to, exemplifies and maybe this is too watered down, I believe, again, that, the application itself should be looked at again. We don't want to have to appeal this. We just want this really thought through by you as a board. We'll stay here all night. I'm sorry for the rest of you that are out here, but I think we really need to take a long look at this. I think it's important for the city that we don't designate properties that really shouldn't be designated without having all of us gone out there to visit. The last thing I'll conclude is it's unfortunate that our architect couldn't be here today because he too was the one that with Mr. Salominas sought to get together to do something really good well before there was any designation, notice that was given. And this was the first one. This doesn't go back years like some of your other projects. Why has it taken so long for this to be designated? This is not, what notice was 30-something days, within the last 30 days or whatever it was. So let's take that step back. And again, we don't have our architect with us here today, but certainly he would testify the same thing. And, I think the three of us together would, certainly, open your mind, your eyes even further, perhaps. And I'll leave it at there with you all. And I thank you.
Thank you. I am entertaining motions. Does anybody have a motion?
I will move a motion. I will move a motion to get my wording right. To designate the property at 1221 Milan Avenue, legally described as Lot 9, Block 39, Coral Gables, Granada, Section Revised, is significant to the City of Coral Gables history based on the criteria established in the zoning code of the City of Coral Gables. It's historical significant, architectural, and architectural significance.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Ms. Rolando seconds it.
Yes.
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 No. Yes.
Could I ask that the cottage ordinance be included in the record? Because I know you have the list of criteria, but you don't have the ordinance itself.
Okay,
So I think that's why the owner was a little bit confused.
okay.
May I also ask that if the Historic Preservation Department hasn't spoken with the applicant, that they share with him and his architects the benefits of being a Coral Gables cottage and the advantages of being historically designated?
Yes. I believe Warren has met with the owner a couple times, but yes, we will.
Okay, let the record show Ms. Bakovic has joined us. Kara, I see that item number 2 and item number 2 under number 6 and item number 2 under number 8 are the same property.
Yes.
So can we take those together?
If you, well, I mean, you have to hear the designation portion first and vote on that, and then, yes.
Yeah, we'll do that. So the next case file is case file COA SP 2022-021, an application for the issuance of special certificate of appropriateness for the property at 751 North Greenway Drive, a contributing resource within the Country Club Coral Gables Historic District, legally described as lots 31 and 32, Block 33, Coral Gables, Section B, according to the plat thereof, as recorded in Plat Book 5 at page 111 of the Public Records of Miami-Dade County, Florida. The applicant is requesting design approval for an addition and alterations to the residence and site work. Variances have also been requested from Article 2, Section 2-101D4, BI, and 2-101D4C of the Coral Gables zoning code for the minimum rear setback and the minimum total side setback.
Thank you.
It's the other one.
Oh, no, wait, this is the wrong item. Are we waiting the designation until, I'm sorry, I had this backwards. I thought you were moving one up.
No,
Okay,
no, moving it to the end.
got it. Just kidding. Okay, hang on a second.
We're doing Greenway now. Yes.
Sorry, I had that confused.
No fee.
Okay. So this is a location map of the property, 751 North Greenway Drive. It is on Greenway between Casilla Street and Cortez Street, obviously overlooking that we're not a golf course. It is a contributing residence within the historic district and also an individually designated landmark. This is a photo of the property from 1940. A little difficult to see much of anything, but it's there. So there are additions that are proposed for the property. There is not a PowerPoint for this particular item, so you're going to have to refer to your plans. If you guys want to take the PowerPoint off the screen, that would be great. And the architect is here to walk you through it. We do have some variances that are involved, and I can explain those to you after his presentation, and we have a few staff conditions. Yours. Were you sworn in? Yeah. Yes. Can you swear him in, please?
You swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
So late afternoon, good evening, staff. Glad to be here again. Hope everybody's well. The project, as Kara described, it is significant, it is contributing, and it is on North Greenway. So probably 3 for 3. So it's a beautiful home. It's been worked on through the years. different additions, all in pretty good taste. And I'll read a little bit from the letter of intent. So the proposed scope and design of this property does not alter the proportions of the residence. It specifically has been designed, there's a lot of historical homes that are large, and they add to them, and then they become really large. So this is not a huge home, but it's a decent-sized home. So part of the criteria that myself and the clients would work together was to add whatever they needed to add based on the scope, but make sure that the original house was there and that it wasn't overwhelmed by that design. And I think that because of that, we decided to go with more of a pod design so that the sum of all the additions doesn't really alter the integrity or the proportions of the original house. There have been some additions through the years, but even those have not altered it significantly. So there's a lot of interior remodeling going on that doesn't really affect the historical significance, but there are also other additions. One of them being a second story over the existing detached garage. There's a new master bedroom suite, and a new kitchen. Currently, the layout of the house, it's really backwards. You have the carport and the driveway opposite where the kitchen is at, which anybody that brings home groceries, you have to really travel the entire length of the house to get to the kitchen. And that's not a very pleasant walk. And in terms of the ease of it, let's say. So that was one of the key factors in the design, to somehow relocate the kitchen properly. So from an architectural point of view, there's slight modifications in terms of to respect the original historical portion, which is a rough textured stucco, very rough, lumpy type structure. All the new elements are fine stucco, no texture, smooth stucco, and also they're always step back. There's no continuance of any wall whatsoever from the original, or even for that matter, some of the additions. So it's quite obvious to know what's new and what's not. There's some wing walls that the current house has, and the new one also has wing walls. They interpret it totally differently, but you obviously can see that they're wing walls. All the comments from zoning and from the Board of Architects have been addressed. Primarily, one of the biggest comments was that I really didn't think it was a great comment, but I see the point. We have to use some 12-inch block so that we can acquire some 4-inch recesses over some windows in the new addition. It's going to look great, but it's also going to cost a little more money. So hopefully the outcome will be worth it. There's banding that's different from the banding that's in the house itself, and there's also a difference of elevations in terms of in the second floor. The current detached garage has a second floor, and this one is adding to the second floor. But not only is it step back, it's also dropped down. So it's very obvious where it is in terms of what is new and what it was original. Getting a little bit into the variance aspects of it, as it is right now, the house does not meet zoning. It does not. The addition that was done to it does not meet zoning, and the house itself, original house, does not meet zoning because of the fact that the detached garage, as many of you know, was built, I think it's something like 4 feet or so from property lines. Current codes require, in the rear, require 10 feet. On the sides, it requires 5. When you do that, then the other side has to make up for the 20% and not even the original house does that. So my point here is that whatever we're doing is actually improving the setback, because we're not making any setback less than what it is. And from an architectural point of view, if we were to comply with the setbacks, it would make it really somewhat of a architectural nightmare. Instead of being everything on axis, nicely proportioned, all of a sudden you would have a building or a portion of the addition, part of the building, it would be maybe move inward 5-7 feet. So instead of having a very rhythmic, proportion, lined up, perfectly aligned design, you would have a step back of, or off to the side of maybe 5-7 feet. I remember many years ago, I worked in a house on Ferdinand Street, and one of the previous employees in Coral Gables, I was forcing myself to move the second story 5 feet over because this was an old home. It wasn't historical, to my surprise, about 11 inches from the property line. So he told me, Albert, you're crazy. Trying to move this over, shifting us over 10 feet to meet code. Do it properly, line it up, maybe just step it back a few more inches, but don't bastardize the house.
I bet I know who that was.
Huh?
I bet I know who that was.
Yeah, so he was very helpful because he saw the design prior to going to the Board of Architects. And, unfortunately I had to do it twice, but he told me throw this thing away and start over, but do it correctly. And I'll sign off on the variance. So eventually that's what
I
happened.
definitely know who it was.
So anyway, I think that, yes, we need 2 variances. And maybe the way that the department described it, it might be more than 2. But basically, it's the rear and the side. But none of them are making the situation any worse. They're actually improving it from a mathematical point of view and definitely improving it from a aesthetic point of view if we were to comply. So I want to wrap it up. Just don't want to take everybody's time, but I feel that, staff, like always, they get criticized a lot, but I get along with them great, and their input was very valuable, not only in making it good, but also in presenting it to the Board of Architects. Because the Board of Architects, they only had lower a railing a little bit just to, and I still have to investigate that to see if it's actually the code, because when it gets down to a building department, they may not approve it. So I got to get into that later on. And the recess aspects, because of I had reveals, and they didn't want reveals, they wanted actual, recesses. So other than that, there hasn't been really any comment. The usual 2-part barrel tile, which obviously is going to get used, the raised muntins, and, that sort of thing. I like to point out also that with the additions, we're still way below the allowable ground coverage. We're at 28% as opposed to the 35%, over close to about 1,400 square feet less than what it could have been. The other thing that's being done, and this is, hats off to the client, they're relocating the pool so that it actually is on axis with the house, as opposed to kind of off to the side and just land it. They're actually relocating the pool, spending their good hard-earned money to put it on axis, and not every client does that. So I commend them for doing that because they'll get a much nicer looking property. Thank you.
Thank you. Kara?
Okay, so do you guys need me to explain the variances that are requested? The language for the 2 overall side setbacks are a little odd.
Let's do.
So the rear setback, it's required to be 10 feet. The code allows for 5 feet for historic properties as long as it's contextual, which in this case, the rear of the garage is already at 4'7". So we found that they were not making it worse. They were actually making it a bit better because he is recessing the second floor about 8 inches off of the face of the existing garage structure. So we were in support of that variance. The other two have to do with the overall required setback, which you're required 20% of the property, which in this case is 20 feet, and it's supposed to be distributed evenly on both sides. So the first variance addresses the detached garage addition, and the second variance addresses the addition on the west side of the property, and they have to be done separately. So the garage addition references the existing residence on the west side, not the addition, and the addition on the west side references the existing side setback of the existing garage. So that's why there are two that are worded very, like the overalls don't match in the wording of both variances, but they address different points of the property.
Wow.
Yeah, it was a nightmare to figure out. But what Mr. Posa said was correct, is that in either case, they're not making the existing non-conforming setback any worse than what's there. He's actually making it slightly better on the garage because, he's recessing it back off the face of the garage. And on the other side, on the west side, the addition, the one-story addition, the property line is at an angle. And so it moves away from the house as he does the addition. So it's actually set further in than the existing house. So we were in support of both of those variances.
I'd like to add, if I may, a point. The property to the east actually has a detached garage might be 2 feet away from the property line. And so they're a lot worse off than we are in terms of setback.
Some of them are on and over the property line
Yeah.
throughout the city.
Look at the French Village.
Yes.
There are 3 houses on North Greenway that are almost identical, and this is one of them. Who was the architect for this?
We don't have original plans for this house, and it's one of the early ones, so we don't have a permit book to reference. We don't know.
Yeah, these are from, I think, 25 or 26.
Yeah.
Because I lived in one of these up on Greenway.
Oh.
The furthest to the west.
Okay.
Which was originally Augustus Segarden's sister.
Oh, okay.
Michael.
You know, the mics are very sensitive today.
One of us gotten into them.
I did want to mention the four staff criteria, which are fairly basic, which you mentioned: the 2-piece barrel tile, the high-profile muntins and clear glass on the windows and doors. There's a wing wall at the northwest corner of the existing library that's not drawn in elevation, but it is shown in plan, so we would like that one to be maintained underneath the covered terrace. We will do the pool administratively with a standard certificate of appropriateness. And I referenced in the report, I didn't make it a condition, but I wanted to ask the board, the landscape plan that was submitted doesn't exactly match the proposed site plan. And specifically in terms of the driveway, it appears that they are proposing to widen the driveway to the west, as opposed to the linear straight that's shown in the staff in the submitted site plan. So I wanted to make sure you guys were okay with that as in approving the landscape plan.
I think part of I don't know if that's the final landscape plan. I just put it there for reference purposes. But I think part of the reason is that right now the driveway is extremely long all the way to the back. And if you park one car, you definitely almost can't exit. And exiting in reverse at North Greenway, that is an accident waiting to happen. It's obviously even worse than other projects I've worked on Alhambra, which exiting in reverse is pretty deadly, and even more so on North Greenway with all the pedestrians and bikers and everything else. So that might be a little ease to kind of maneuver yourself and be able to get out. Not that you're going to go out forward, but at least it makes it a little easier to maybe do a little bit of a slight angle and better for circulation within the site.
Just wanted to draw y'all's attention to it in case we do that portion administratively later on. I just wanted to make sure you guys were okay with that.
Okay. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak in favor of this case? Anyone? Anyone in the audience who would like to speak in opposition to the case? Okay, I'll close the public portion of this. Any other questions, discussions on the board?
I just wanted to tell you how nice the plans were.
Thank you.
This will change that house. I'm sure all of us are very familiar with the interiors of this house. There've been many parties there.
Yes,
And it's a
and
beautiful home as it is. but-
I didn't have the privilege to go at that point, but I've been there many times now, and I cannot imagine it being nicer than it is now.
It's a beautiful, beautiful home.
It's even, with the decor in the house now, I doubt it was as nice as it is now.
Well, but changing that kitchen, that's gold.
Yeah.
That's really nice. But with the master bedroom on the other side, it's just a really, it will change the way this house lives.
Thank you.
I would say, as a neighbor whose backyard is we're connected, I appreciate very much what you've done. I think your renovations are very sensitive and completely in keeping with the home. Nice job.
Thank you.
Any motions?
I move to, let's start the
One of
litany.
four, shall we?
Okay. Okay. I move that we, for approval, with the conditions noted in the report, the design proposal for the additions to the residence and the site work for the property located at 751 North Greenway Drive.
I second it.
Do you want to do the certificate of appropriateness on the same vote?
Can we? Okay. And that we move to approve the issuance of a certificate of special certificate of appropriateness, again with the conditions noted.
I second that.
Yes.
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 Thank you.
I move that we approve a variance to allow the proposed addition to the detached garage to have a rear setback of approximately 5 feet 3 inches versus the all single-family residential setbacks per section 2-100 of the residential districts table.
Second.
Donna, did you want to second that?
Yes, I'm sorry. I was continuing to read. I second that.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes? Yes.
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 Keep going.
Onward. I move that we approve a variance to allow the addition to the detached garage to have a side setback of 5 feet 6 inches, which provides a minimum total side setback of approximately 16 feet 7 inches versus the all single-family residential building setbacks per section 2-100 residential districts table.
I second it.
Yes.
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 Yes. Yes.
And finally, and many thanks to the staff for figuring this out. And you, Gus, if you had your fingers in this. Okay, I move that we approve a variance to allow the addition to the single-family residence to have a side setback of 13 feet 4 inches, which provides a minimum total side setback of approximately 18 feet 4 inches, versus the all single-family residential building setbacks per section 2-100 of the residential districts table.
I second that.
Yes.
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 All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Albert.
Good luck.
Okay, the next case file is COASP 2022-023, an application for the issuance of a special certificate of appropriateness for the property at 1224 Country Club Prado, a local historic landmark legally described as lots 20 to 22 inclusive, block 77 and all lots 11 to 13 inclusive, south 15 feet of lot 10 and south 15 feet of lot 23. Coral Gables, Granada section, according to the plat thereof, is recorded in Plat Book 8, page 113, Public Records of Miami-Dade County, Florida. The applicant is requesting design approval for the partial demolition, relocation, and alterations to the Coral Rock Grotto.
Thank you. So Warren is actually going to present this one, but let me, you guys will probably remember this property. They were here not long ago. This is the location map on the Prado at 1224. Warren, I don't know if you want to give your presentation first, or you'd like them to go through the PowerPoint.
I can give my presentation.
Okay. If you can, just, they're having a bit of a difficulty hearing you, so if you can get as close to the mic as you can.
Is that better?
Yes.
A little bit.
Okay, constructed in 1923 and designed by Keenel and Elliott. It's an example of the type of early architecture that helped to define Coral Gables. In the 1930s, the rear of the property was developed as a formal garden by the owner, Leslie Coombs. A bit of history. On November the 17th, 2021, the Historic Preservation Board reviewed a certificate of appropriateness application requesting design approval for the demolition, relocation, and construction of historic site features. One of those features was the Coral Rock Grotto that is under discussion today. Back at that time, the board approved the concept of what the applicant wishes to do, but wanted the final plans brought back to them for review. So the applicant is requesting approval for the partial demolition, relocation, and alterations to the Coral Rock Grotto. The board previously approved the concept of dismantling small sections of the walls on the eastern lots and building a new eastern wall of the gazebo on the property line using the salvaged coral rock. As can be seen from the site plan, the north-south boundary splitting the eastern lots from the western lots bisects the gazebo, with the majority of the structure located within the lots to the west. The existing grotto is attached to the main house only by the southern and northern walls, i.e. there is no eastern wall. The applicant is requesting approval to demolish approximately 5 feet 10 inches of the southern and northern walls. The coral rock from the demolition will be used to construct a new eastern wall along the property line of the lots to the west. The alterations will result in the enclosure of the existing entry to the grotto in the northern elevation, and a new entry will be created on that elevation by extending an existing opening. The proposal does appear to be in line with the previous approval, as the minimum amount of wall is being removed to allow the structure to be sited within the western lots only. The applicant has submitted some photographs of the structure. However, per the prior conditions, all features to be dismantled, relocated and reconstructed shall be fully documented through photographs and drawings prior to dismantling. The prior conditions also stated that an experienced conservator and architect with historic preservation experience shall be retained to oversee the work. There is some concern over the choice of project team members, as though all are very well qualified in their fields. Neither the architect nor the working superintendent have listed any prior experiences working with coral rock in their resumes, which have been attached. The recommendation from staff is to approve with the following conditions. 1, the coral rock shall not be damaged during the dismantling process. 2, all recording documentation showing the exterior and interior wall faces and interior features shall be submitted to the Preservation Office prior to dismantling. 3, historic preservation staff shall be given the opportunity to visit the site during the dismantling and reconstruction processes. And 4, if staff has any concerns over the dismantling or reconstruction processes, a conservator shall be employed by the applicant for guidance. We have a letter of support for this project. I don't know if you have a copy. It has been submitted by Corelia Martinez Carbonell, President, Historic Preservation Association of Coral Gables.
Okay.
Can you put the PowerPoint presentation back up on the screen? Thank you. So this is an early photograph of the house for reference. This is the grotto in question. This is their presentation.
Hi, how are you? My name is Octavio Santuri. I'm here with my client, Mr. Jose Infante, who's the owner of the residence. And we are asking for the issuance of a special certificate of appropriateness for the partial demolition, relocation, and alteration of the existing coral rock grotto. Basically, it's a site plan indicating the location of the grotto and the whole existing structure. We have taken some pictures, taken some dimensions, and see the height of the existing grotto and the amount of demolition that we would be doing and the amount of stones that we would have to rebuild that wall in the back. This is the view of the south view of the grotto. That is the interior of the grotto, and it forms some steps and indicated some seating and steps in the grotto itself. There's some more pictures of it, and that's a closer look at it, how they are. And it's an existing wall that vegetation has grown into it, so we're going to try to maintain the existing integrity of the walls. That's a side plan, and here's a larger view of what we're doing. The demolition of the 5'10" feet of wall and the relocation of the new wall right at the property line to enclose the grotto and having an opening on the east side to allow for entrance and exit to the grotto itself.
Thank you for allowing us to present this appropriateness. I'm Jose Infante, the owner of 1224, and in an abundance of caution, I replaced the superintendent with somebody much more experienced in the Coral Rock work. And his name is Tyrell Ian Masonry and Decorative, and he has 12 other properties that he has performed work with Coral Rocks in Coral Gables. So after seeing the recommendations from Warren, I took this additional step to make sure that I conform. The whole purpose of is to preserve the growth.
Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
Yes, may I
Go ahead,
ask,
Mr. Ehrenhaus.
so when the demolition work is going to begin, and then when the reconstruction using the moved materials, is that newly contracted conservator going to be on site during the entirety of the demolition?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And then he or she will also guide or direct the reconstruction.
That is correct.
So, my understanding also, if I may, so because the property line is several feet away from the principal home, which is on the east, the objective then is to remove several feet of wall where it is touching the extant home. And then that material is going to be used to construct a wall, which is, if I understand it, part of the reconstruction is going to be creating a wall using that material, which is parallel to the west wall of the extant home. But then that will come back a little bit to the west, and it will touch already existing coral rock structure. So the only additional thing that you're asking is that a small 3 by 4 foot opening on the, if I understand it, the extant north wall, you're asking permission to open it from standing height at 5 or 6 feet or something like that down to perhaps ground level, is that
right?
And that material also would be repurposed.
That is correct.
So the only entrance then into the grotto would, other than looking through the small narrow fenestrations that are on a couple of sides, is to walk from the west and up behind the grotto and go through that newly created doorway. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. So I'm comfortable that the new conservator would actually be on site during the entirety of the work. Thank you.
Mr. Durana.
I just want to, I know Ian Tyrell, he does very good work, coral work. He's worked on several projects for us and on my personal house, so I know he's good at what he does.
Is he related at all to the person who did the low wall in front of Merrick House?
I'm not sure.
Because that's a beautiful wall, also. Gorgeous wall.
Okay.
Is this having to be on the property lines that generate a variance requirement? And if so, do we?
I have spoken with zoning, and they have confirmed that because approval to split the lots was given many years ago, and that is still valid, and because through this work they will be helping to preserve a historic building on the recommendations of the historic department, that no variance would be required.
No variance will be required?
Correct. No, thank you.
No variance, no.
One question for staff. Of the 14 conditions of the original approval, has the applicant been following them to date? Warren? Mr. Adams?
Yes, the ones that This is the first application to come back since the board reviewed the last application. This is the first stage, I believe, of the proposed work. The only concerns with regard to conditions specifically for the Coral Rock Grotto were the recording and the use of appropriate staff.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Adams.
I have a quick question. Ms. Bakovic?
The width of the new wall matches the existing width of the wall, right?
Yes.
Which is like 18 inches?
The height of the wall?
No, the depth.
I'm sorry. It
The
varies.
the depth of the new grotto wall will match the existing.
Existing wall, the same width.
Any other questions? Motions?
Motion. Motion to approve with conditions noted above for the design proposal, the partial demolition, relocation, and alterations to the Coral Rock Grotto on the property located at 1224 Country Club Prado, a local historic landmark legally described as lots 20 to 22 inclusive, block 77, and all of lots 11 to 13 inclusive of south 15 feet, Coral Gables Granada section. And to approve an issuance of a special certificate of appropriateness with the conditions noted above.
I'd like to second that motion.
Yes.
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 Thank you very much. Excellent job. I'd like to comment that Mr. Infante has not only worked with this board diligently, but has faithfully executed all the things that he has said he was going to do.
The next case file, COA SP 2022-024, an application for the issuance of a special certificate of appropriateness for the property of 434 Minorca Avenue, a local historic landmark legally described as Lot 4, Block 4, Coral Gables, Section B, according to the plat thereof, is recorded in Plat Book 5, page 111 of the Public Records of Miami-Dade County, Florida. The applicant is requesting design approval for the installation of a railing on the front porch.
Thank you. Before I turn this over to Warren, this is the location map. It's on Minorca, just off of Lejeune, between Lejeune and Hernando. And this is a historic photo of the house in the 1940s. So if you can put Warren up.
Permitted in 1941, this house represents the traditional movement from the Mediterranean Revival design style to the simplified modern design. Included in your report are a list of some of the alterations that have previously been done to the house. The applicant is requesting the installation of a rail at the front porch and to either side of the stairs. The drawings indicate the railing will be approximately 7 feet 10 inches long by 3 feet 6 inches high. It will be of painted white aluminum. The railing will consist of vertical spindles topped with a repeating circle design, and it will be embedded approximately 4 inches into the deck of the porch. The contractor in the letter of intent states the reasons for the request are the property owner is elderly and is concerned for her safety and may be at risk going up and down the stairs to her home, and that the height of the landing in regards to the ground could also cause harm if she fell from that height, and of further concern are her small grandchildren, who she feels may not be safe by not having a railing on their porch. The addition of a rail does negatively impact the appearance and space of the front porch, which is one of the distinctive features of the property. Further, the new rail could create a false sense of historic development, although the material used does differentiate it from the original construction. Minimal damage will be caused to the historic structure through the installation of the rail, and it could be easily removed in the future. and also to be concerned or considered are some of the other alterations which have been undertaken to the porch, i.e. removal of the columns, resurfacing the deck, and replacing and widening the stairs. So, the question is this going to add to the loss of character, or is this required for safety? With regard to the proposed design of the rail, staff believes the rail should be more consistent with the architectural style of the historic structure. Development Services has advised that a new house with 4 or more steps, which this property has, would require stair rails, and a new property with a porch of 30 inches or less, which this house appears to have, would not require a rail. Therefore, if this was a new house, the way it's designed at the moment, it would require stair rails but would not require a rail across the porch. Development Services further advised that even if the rail is approved by them, Historic Resources approval would still be required. So staff finds this leaves 2 options. Number 1 is deny the request, or number 2, approve the request, but with the following conditions. Approval shall be obtained from the Board of Architects or the City Architect to lessen the impact on the structure and to be more consistent with the architectural style. The railing shall be of a simpler design of vertical spindles only with no repeating circular pattern. And 3, the rail is removed when there is no longer a safety concern or need for it.
Good afternoon. I'm here representing the owner. She wasn't able to be here.
State your name, please.
Ryan Bertrand. She wasn't able to be here. She had prior travel plans. Basically, again, the only reason she is requesting this railing is for safety reasons. We're good with pretty much installing whatever the Board of Architects approves. If we need to go to a more simple design, that's fine with us. But basically, it's just a safety concern for her and for her grandkids and her pets that she doesn't want falling off the rail or the porch or the stairway.
So I think, you can ask about the audience, right? I can wait. I'm just going to comment about the 30 inches in height up to the porch. I don't believe the pickets are required, or the railing isn't required, but the pickets for sure aren't. You may need to have a handrail I went through this with my mother when we moved into the townhouse that we live in now. She was 103. And when she passed away, she was 100 when we moved in. And so I wanted a railing for her, but it was very simple. It didn't have the pickets, and it just was, she was able to hold it. Now, that doesn't solve the problem on the porch itself, having a dog or something fall off. But I think if you put these railings on, it's going to change the character of the home. And I think it maybe could be done in another way. Maybe there's a planter that you could put up there with plants or something, and then just do a simple one side of railing to have someone who's elderly hang on to it, which is what we did with my mother. But, might be interesting to see what the board has to say.
Mr. Rolando?
I have a question for staff. Cara, I don't know if you know the answer or if Warren does. The plans show the door as being replaced, and there's no comments about the door. Have you all reviewed and approved the proposed door?
The application is only for the railing. Only for the railing.
No, there is another permit that we're trying to seek to change the front door and the garage door, but that's already going through the city architects. And
Well, the replacement of the door would be historic preservation as well?
Correct. We denied
I think it's-
we rejected the permit because of the door.
Oh, okay.
And the railing, and the railing is before you. The only thing that's before
Okay,
you is part
so
of the application.
we're just looking at railing now. The door will come back to you? Okay. Do you have anything depicting something easy, more streamlined?
no, but we could, get another set of shop drawings that shows something, just a simple design for the railings.
I'm not unsympathetic in any way. I grab a hold of railings too now. But I don't know.
Right now, the stair is not even lining up with the window. I mean, it's like off. So if you put a railing, you're gonna accentuate that, or it's gonna be more pronounced. Like when you look at the elevation, it's like the window's there and then
And the railing right in the center of it.
right. So I mean,
Maybe there's just a railing, if you're looking at the house on the left-hand side, only one railing.
I think so. And I like the planter idea.
Could you repeat?
I like the planter idea versus a railing as a barrier. Because it'll beautify it, add greenery, and still create the barrier.
I mean, it's maintenance involved if you have actual real plants in the planter.
Well, I know.
I'm just saying.
I'm reluctant for this board to try to design something. I think we should delegate this to staff. If that's the consensus of this board, to, come up with some shop drawings and have
We don't approve.
Carr or Warren approve them.
Can I just add to that? I think on the side here, you have some element on the left, almost like this stepped planter. So that element or that language is there, like it exists on that facade. So for staff to maybe look at that and say, how can you incorporate that? The front of that window.
Saying under the window?
Yeah, you see.
Underneath the window?
Yeah.
Just here,
Yeah.
you have like an existing, I think that's like a planter that's like terracing down, shelves, terracing down, and maybe, take inspiration from that and from staff.
I think the picket railing is the least intrusive. A black picket railing is probably the least modifying to that elevation that you could possibly do, unless it was glass. Honestly, I mean, I think we should keep it simple.
And the reason we chose white is because we have a permit to paint the house white, approved color from the city. So we just thought it would blend in and it wouldn't be such an eyesore or something that, I mean, we're not trying to do it for anything to stand out or to be a focal point. It's really all based on safety. And her safety and her kids' safety, her grandkids' safety. That was basically the whole reason for it and why she wants it.
Through the chair, I have a question for Mr. Adams. I think you can hear the board is sympathetic to the request. I had a question about number 3 and how that would be effectuated. I personally like it too. The rail is to be removed when there's no longer a safety concern or need for it. How was that ever quantified?
Good luck.
I would assume that would potentially happen when the house changed ownership in some way, or when the current owner is no longer living there. I don't know if the city attorney can advise on the most appropriate way to achieve this.
So can we ask the city attorney, can we make a condition based on the ownership of the house?
So are you suggesting to put a covenant on the property that would state that they would need to remove this if the property was being sold?
The question is, how can we enforce the third condition? And that was one of the things being discussed.
So in the past, we've had accommodations where we allow something that perhaps the code wouldn't allow. Obviously, in this case, the board has the authority to grant the approval. But if you'd like to condition it and request that they proffer a covenant, that be recorded that the item or the railings be removed when the need is no longer there or the property is sold.
Okay. I know that's difficult. I'm more comfortable with that than whatever it says in the conditions.
But if somebody with children buys this house in the future, I think they'd want to have that. It's a 2-foot drop there.
Recording stop.
I've got 2-year-old grandchildren running around.
Recording in progress.
So, Mr. Phillips, that's just,
Progress is going well. I think it should be allowed to stay if there are children in the family. My 2-year-old grandsons running around chasing each other, they'd fall off this in a second. Anyway.
I echo what John's saying. I mean, once you put the improvement in, I mean, obviously it's got a life. And, you know, what the Board of Architects and the city architect come up with, I think will be far superior to what this is. Clean, simple, elegant, you know, painting it white's nice, you know, see what you can do with them.
Okay.
I would not have removing the rail afterward as any condition for approval. I don't think that that's reasonable.
Well, it's not required by code,
No.
so there's no safety issue.
Doesn't matter.
Well, but there is a safety issue because that's why.
In this case.
That's why they want to put it in, because there is a safety issue.
30 inches.
How much?
Fall for 30 inches, you could get hurt. You could
30
fall.
inches, you can,
You'll break an ankle falling off the bottom step right here. I mean, 30
so
inches.
just for clarity though,
And in the code, it does say that if that was a new house, they would have to put railings on both sides of that stairwell, not on one side, both sides. And we propose also to not attach the stairs to the home, but just to the ground, to the
But
deck.
no pickets. The pickets wouldn't be required by code. I'm 100%
I mean, if
positive.
you have a rail, if you have
I
a,
spoke to Manny Lopez about this. I'm 100% positive that pickets would not be allowed if it's less than 30 inches.
allowed?
It would not be required.
Okay.
but then anybody could go right through it, so you're
I
defeating
think
the
it's
purpose.
24 inches. I believe it's 24 inches.
And that's what it is. it's
30
24.
inches required 42 inches of height, not 36. So 24 inches is a 36 height with, I would say pickets are required only because of the kids.
They're not.
Only
I
because
just
of the
went through
kids.
this with insurance issues.
No, I know, only because of the kids.
Oh, I understand, but I'm just talking about code-wise.
not required,
They're not
recommended.
required, but if you don't want someone to fall through it, I got it.
Mr. Menendez? Mr. Menendez, can I address the board briefly?
You can.
I've run this by the city attorney, and I'm able to do this. So I am the previous homeowner of this house. I am the one who landmarked this house. And I can testify to this board that I raised toddlers and dogs and had grandparents in this house, and no one ever fell off the porch. I lived there for 10 years when my children were born, and we moved when they were 6 and 4. So I just want to point that out, that we'd never had an issue.
You were a
So-
helicopter mom.
Glad that
You
that
made
didn't
sure
happen, but it
nothing
can
happened.
happen.
I happen to have a similar condition in my home, so I can relate somewhat to this condition as well. Anyways, for whatever that's worth.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. Can I add a couple of thoughts?
Go ahead, Mr. Aaron.
When I first started looking at this, I mean, I was considering, obviously, that safety as the foundation for the request was what we would be looking at. But then the board got into aesthetics in terms of the way the design was and, you know, with circles or not. But I was comparing the drawings and the photograph of the house. And I think I remember correctly that they said that the width of the steps had been extended. But the drawing indicated that, if I'm not incorrect, that if you're facing the house on the extreme left, they were proposing a railing coming from the porch down to the sidewalk level. And on the extreme right of the steps, they were doing the same. If one looks at the photograph, the extreme right of the steps, which presumably would have then at its extreme edge, a railing that would go straight up, and that railing is going to split right about down the middle of the left-hand set of glass in the left-hand part of the window. So if you have a railing that comes, if they do a railing and it comes all the way across, but it's at the end of the steps, it's going to look bizarre because it'll go right through the middle of the window. The drawing does not show that. The drawing has the proposed railing going another 6 inches or a foot beyond the windows, but that may be an artifact because in fact, it looks to me like the drawing has the window in the wrong position on that facade. I don't think it's accurately drawn. So my sole point here is that if you're thinking about aesthetics, that if you have the railing so it's going to be outside to the left of the window and aesthetically look better,
Yeah.
then you're going to have a foot or 18 inches of steps that are outside the railing, and that's not balanced on the other side. It all starts looking weird, okay? Does any of that make sense from?
Yes.
Okay. So I don't know whether.
To the architects on the board, is there any fix for this, aesthetic or otherwise?
So this is my,
Architects on this board.
Over there, 3, 4.
I don't think so.
Right. Bruce, you're right.
So, I mean, perhaps the answer is that maybe the railings don't have to be at the extreme ends of the steps, and that there could be play with them, bringing them.
Are you suggesting doing it in the middle of the steps?
I'm suggesting that somebody needs to give something that is a balance between honoring the architecture of the house, because it's a lovely house. And so you don't want something that's cattywampus, but because it's going to be there for some time, hopefully the elder resident is going to live a healthy and lengthy life, and the children, if they're toddlers and they're worried about their safety, then this is going to be up for a while. So I just hope maybe they can work with staff and try to play with the adjustments. So that's what I would suggest, okay? Because I think it would look you can't base it on the drawing because the drawing's inaccurate, okay?
I think it would be strange looking if it left a whole lot of step on one side of the railing that wasn't part of the walking area.
I agree.
So you're suggesting
I'd like to move.
To saw cut the steps and make it equal?
No.
You sure?
I move that we allow this installation of railing at 36 inches in height. Is that what you're proposing?
Yep.
With a picket as required or not required, but as required by the owner, and that it comes over to the edge of the steps no farther than 8 inches into the edges of the steps on both sides. And I think it should be painted black just because that whole area back there is in shadow, and it may disappear. But I'm perfectly willing to suggest that you try it both ways. See which way it disappears best.
I'll do that.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Maxwell seconds it.
and no referral to the Board of Architects?
No.
It's complicate things. I asked John, why is it you don't want it to go to the Board of Architects for the picket design?
I don't think it's necessary to waste their time.
Yeah, I don't either.
I mean, this is.
We have a vote going on right now.
Well, I mean, my vote depends on kind of, I would like the Board of Architects to kind of approve the rail. I'm good with doing the railing, doing everything, but I'd really like the Board of Architects to make sure it's appropriate for, the style of the house.
We got 2 architects that just approved it, or just made the suggestion.
Well, will the shop drawings go to staff?
I'm sure they'd have to go through the building department,
Yeah,
and
go
it's
to you
going to be
guys.
looked at by the Board of Architects regardless.
Yeah. Okay, if it goes to historic, I'm okay with that.
Well, it's very specific, right? The motion was very specific. So if it meets the motion,
I mean, are we okay with at least staff having an input on the design of the railing?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. With staff approval. How about that?
So are you going to amend the motion? That staff,
Yes, I'll amend the motion with staff approval of the final presentation.
Second accepts.
Yes.
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 No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
no.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute recess.
Thank goodness.
Thank you, sir.
Battle of the readings. Battle of the readings.
Oh, my God.
Viejita que baja.
Traders to the left.
Oh, I know which one. It's next to that one.
Well, the one next to it is, no, there's a woman who's like 175 that lives there.
Ready?
All right, let's move this through. All right.
How much time, Mr. Chair?
All right, I move that we transfer all the development rights. Just transfer them.
I approve the motion. Is there another designation?
Oh, and by the way, did you see that this architect sketch isn't exactly what got built? Gee.
Let me know when you're ready.
¿Estamos?
I have a random question. The building that was the old police station, that's going to be the Mercedes-Benz, that is not historic.
Yes, it is. Hasn't been designated, but
Did we
they
get a
talked
maintenance
about
and
it like
preservation plan on this?
it's gold.
The building
80.
was deemed not
New
significant.
Mercedes.
Yeah, I know. It is that building.
Could it get designated?
It was deemed not to be historically significant.
Which house?
I'm glad to hear that.
That was the last thing I did as a preservation officer on my last day.
Way to go.
So you have more conflicts of interest you're disclosing?
I'm saying.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay, so we got a designation report.
Okay.
Move it.
Case file LHD 2022-009, consideration of the local historic designation of the property at 286 Miracle Mile, legally described as the north 70 feet of lots 1 and 2 and the west 10 feet of the north 70 feet of lot 3, block 2, Coral Gables craft section, according to the plat thereof, is recorded in Plat Book 10, page 40 of the public records of Dade County, Florida.
Thank you. Warren, I'm not sure how you want to go through the PowerPoint and speak at the same time and be on camera. I can show. Go ahead.
I think just go through the slides as you see fit. There's only a few of them, so.
Okay, I'll do them right now and then you can proceed. So
Okay.
this is the location of the building at 286 Miracle Mile. It's adjacent to the Miracle Theater and currently houses the Starbucks, Haagen-Dazs, and the pop-up that's in place. This is the photo from the 1940s of the property with the theater in the background. And these are current photographs of the property. All right, so Warren, you can be back on the screen.
Okay, this is a commercial structure.
Wait,
It's
Warren,
in the
hang on. They need to put you back on the screen so that
Okay.
you're legal. Thank you. Oh, good to go.
This is a commercial structure in the Art Moderne style, permitted in 1947, and the original architect was Robert E. Collins. Staff believes this property is eligible for historic designation under criterion A4. It exemplifies the historical, cultural, political, economic, or social trends of the community. Criterion B1 portrays the environment in an era of history characterized by one or more distinctive architectural styles. And criterion B2 embodies those distinguishing characteristics of an architectural style or period or method of construction. The original business section, called St. Augustine Business District, was initially located at the 3 1/2 acre area at the western edge of sections D and G. Plaza Augustine was a 240-foot wide boulevard with a large central median park. However, in April 1922, George Merrick acquired a 140-acre addition east of Lejeune to Douglas Road, and he decided to move the business section to that area, dedicating sections K and L for that purpose. The Plaza Augustine was renamed Country Club Prado and became a prominent residential section. The main thoroughfare for the new business district in sections K and L was Alhambra Circle. By the mid-1920s, it was also extending south down Ponce de Leon Boulevard. These buildings were all in the Mediterranean Revival style. In general, construction in the city of Coral Gables boomed until the combination of the devastating hurricane of 1926 and Great Depression curtailed new development and ended Merrick's grand plans for completing his Mediterranean-inspired city. Immediately after World War II, George K. Zane and his wife, City Commissioner Rebel Zane, conceived, developed and implemented the concept of moving the heart of the business district to Coral Way and renaming it Miracle Mile.
That's what we used to do.
The new commercial buildings followed national style trends and moved away from the Mediterranean Revival style. Permitted in February 1947 and designed in the Art Moderne style, the commercial building at 286 Miracle Mile for the GC Corporation was amongst the first of the new buildings on the mile. A month later, the City Commission stated that the portion of Coral Way between Douglas Road and Lejeune Road shall be known as the Miracle Mile section of Coral Way. In 1949, Albert Friedman established the Miracle Mile Merchants Association and was the driving force in promoting it. In the 1960s and in 1982, the city dedicated plaques to Zane and Friedman, respectively, for the development and promotion of Miracle Mile as a collection of boutiques in the heart of the central business district. Miracle Mile retains that context to date. Also instrumental in the evolution of Miracle Mile were Sam and Mildred Weisel. The Weisels were amongst the pioneer business owners in Coral Gables, opening its first filling station in 1924. In the 1930s, they purchased Merrick's Administration Building on Coral Way and Ponce de Leon Boulevard and opened Sam's Service Station and a US Post Office. They lived upstairs. They continued to purchase properties along Coral Way. In February 1946, they purchased lots 1 to 4 on Block 2 from John D. Montgomery. They immediately leased the lots for 99 years to the JC Corporation, who built the Miracle Theatre on lots 3 to 4 and the commercial building on lots 1 to 2 at 286 Miracle Mile. Permitted in 1947, the commercial building at 286 Miracle Mile sits at the southeast corner of Miracle Mile and Salcedo Street. The building originally housed 5 stores. The corner space is now comprised of 3 of the original stores. It presently now has 3 with addresses at 286, 290 and 292. The building is constructed of concrete and steel beams with plate glass storefronts, and it is a late example of a commercial building designed in the modernistic Art Moderne style. This style was used most often in public and commercial buildings. It featured smooth and glass surfaces, curving forms and long horizontal lines. Ornamentation was usually simple, sparse, and strategically placed to emphasize horizontality. Patterns were geometric, abstract and/or stylized. Long horizontal window groupings, flat roofs, and curved corners were common. It was part of the streamline movement, and building forms were arranged at times to impart the impression of a ship or locomotive. Nautical features often occurred. In the Art Moderne fashion, the one-storey building at 286 Miracle Mile wraps around the corner with a pronounced curve. It is comprised of 3 distinct horizontal features. At ground level, the full-height plate glass storefronts along Miracle Mile and the smooth stucco wall along Salcedo Street read as one band. At roof level is a concrete eyebrow that projects several feet over the sidewalk. It runs continuously from the northeast corner of the building, curves around the corner, and continues to the southwest corner of the building. Above the eyebrow is an ornamented cast concrete parapet. Along Coral Way and Salcedo Street, the parapet has 3 thick, smooth horizontal bands, which are separated by 2 narrow bands formed by incised lines. At the rounded corner, the horizontal banding is interrupted by a series of slightly curved vertical elements that serve to further emphasize that rounded corner. Running continuously along the top of the parapet is a band of stylized waves. This runs the full length of the parapet and is the definitive horizontal feature that stops the eye at the top of the building. Visual assessment of the property, as well as examination of building documents and historic photographs, indicates that this commercial building retains its historic integrity. The massing, intention, and major character-defining features of the building are intact. Alterations to the building are limited to the adjustment or enclosing of storefronts. These include the enclosing of the storefront along Salcedo Street. Some of the storefront entries have been altered. They originally slanted in towards the door. These openings have been squared off over time, but their original configuration is still visible in the sidewalk. As mentioned previously, storefronts have also been combined. Most recently, the corner tenant Starbucks eliminated the door to the original shop at 292 Miracle Mile and squared off that entry to install a takeout window. Robert E. Collins, the architect, was born in Staten Island, New York, and moved to Miami in 1905. He established an architectural practice on Miami Beach, where he designed both commercial and residential buildings. Some of his notable commissions include the Tower Theatre from 1926 in Little Havana, the Cameo Theatre, 1938 at 1445 Washington Avenue, and Helen Bar Condominium, Miami Beach, 605 Lincoln Road, Miami Beach, and 265 East Flagler Street, Miami. In 1952, he won national honours for his remodelling of the historic Savannah Theatre in Savannah, Georgia, after it was damaged by fire in 1948. He then spent the next 15 years as the architect for 4 of the state theatres. Staff recommendation, therefore, is to approve the historic designation of the property at 286 Miracle Mile, as it meets criteria A4, B1 and B2. We do have a number of letter of supports supporting this designation. The first one is from Corelia Martinez Carbonell, President, Historic Preservation Association of Coral Gables. Ileana Sayre, no address. Mr. Brett Gillis, Amy and Julie Pardo, and Jean Moranos. And I do have to commend Elizabeth for putting this report together at short notice. Thank you.
Anything else? No? Any questions from the board?
I have a question. Oh, no, it'll come afterwards. Never mind. I'm jumping ahead.
Any
Don't do
questions?
Do you have a question?
Oh, yeah. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak in favor of this case? No? Anybody in the audience who would like to speak in opposition of this case? Okay. Public hearing is closed. Mr. Maxwell.
I'd like to move motion. This is pretty straightforward. Let me get my sheet of paper here so we can do that. Yeah, here we go. Make sure I got the right one here. Yep. Okay. I'd like to move approval for the historic designation of the property at 286 Miracle Mile due to its significance to the city of Coral Gables history based on historical, cultural, architectural significance, and therefore make a motion to approve the local historic designation of the property at 286 Miracle Mile, legally described as the north 70 feet of lots 1, 2, and the west 10 feet of the north 70 feet of lot 3, etc., Coral Gables craft section.
I'd like to second the motion.
I'll second.
Yes.
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 Yes. Okay. Last 2 items on the agenda are transfer of development rights. Case file TDR 2022-005, consideration of the transfer of development rights for the property at 280 Miracle Mile, the Miracle Theater, a local historic landmark. A lengthy legal description is on file. The application requests approval of a maintenance plan, authorization for the transfer of the unused development rights, and the issuance of certificates of transfer. Historic Preservation Board reviews maintenance preservation plan pursuant to section 14-204.4 of the zoning code.
So this is obviously the Miracle Theater location map, which you all are familiar with, and an early photograph from the 40s. And if you can put Warren back on the screen, that would be.
The application requests approval of the maintenance plan, authorization for the transfer of unused development rights, and the issuance of certificates of transfer for the property at 280 Miracle Mile, the Miracle Theatre. Date of construction, 1947 to 48, designated as a historic site in June 1995, and the request is to transfer 48,235 square feet of development rights. The Miracle Theatre, built between 1947 and 48, and is the last remaining movie theatre in downtown Coral Gables. In 1995, the Actors Playhouse entered into a partnership with the City of Coral Gables to renovate the theatre, which has since been used as a performing arts complex. It's designed in the streamlined Art Moderne style, which was popular from 1930 to around 1945. Features stainless steel coping and string courses near its corners, a circular portable window, ribbon windows with narrow metal frames, smooth textured stucco, semicircular marquee, and an entry feature radiating pattern of terrazzo. Like most movie theatres of that time, the theatre was originally designed as a one-screen theatre with a central auditorium. In 1978, the interior of the theatre was divided to create two auditoriums, and in 1983, the mezzanine level was enclosed and divided to create two additional auditoriums, turning it into a four-screen theatre. In 1995, the Historic Preservation Board approved a COA for a series of improvements for the rehabilitation of the fourplex theatre into a 600-seat theatre and performing arts centre. The exterior of the theatre has undergone virtually no alteration. The funds obtained from the sale of the TDRs will be placed in the new Historic Building Fund. This fund will be used to undertake repairs to city-owned historic sites, including but not limited to the Miracle Theatre. The City of Coral Gables Public Works Department has submitted a maintenance preservation plan, which includes existing conditions, proposed corrective actions, a maintenance schedule, and estimated costs. The staff recommendation is therefore approval of the maintenance and preservation plan and approval of the issuance of certificates of transfer of 48,235 square feet from 280 Miracle Mile. And I believe Hermes Diaz from the Public Works Department is there to answer any questions.
Sure.
Good afternoon, Hermes Diaz, Public Works Department. The 280 Miracle Miles, which most people know as the Miracle Theater, is actually made up of two separate spaces. The Miracle Theater is the vocal space, and then adjacent you have what we have under 270 Miracle Mile, which is currently vacant. That used to be Ortanico on the Mile. That space, we're currently in negotiation with a potential tenant to develop that into a brand new restaurant, which at that point, the entire space is going to go through a full, thorough renovation, but that still hasn't been finalized. The theater is actually under an agreement with Actors Playhouse Production. They actually have a lease, which is currently set to expire on April 2040, but they also have an additional 10-year renewal option. Under the terms of this agreement, the city is pretty much responsible for the structural elements, the major electrical items, plumbing, and just most of the major works within the city, within the building. Since 2014, we have budgeted $50,000 a year towards maintenance and repairs of the mechanical systems in the theater. And we spent over $1 million since 2005 in general improvements and maintenance in the facility. Moving forward, we're currently actually working on the roofs of the building. The building is made up of four roofs. You have an upper hip roof, followed by the bottom three flat roofs. The three flat roofs are being redone as we speak right now. That's about cost a little bit over $500,000. We actually did an assessment on the upper hip roof, and it was determined that it would probably be okay for another 2 to 3 years. So we're working through our citywide roofing matrix to have that roof redone within the next couple of years. We estimate that cost will be about $800,000. So it's a significant expense. The building we have noticed some issues with cracking, some signs of corrosion in some of the steel elements and some of the beams. And the same thing goes to the marquee, where some sign of corrosion. So we're actually in the process of working with a consultant to create a plan to basically secure the whole building as far as the building envelope, the structural elements, and marquee. But we don't really have a cost yet. We don't know how much it's going to cost. So things are still to be determined. There are a number of things in relationship to the windows and doors. There are numbers of windows and doors that were replaced as impact quite a few years ago. Ultimately, our goal will be to have everything to be impact resistant to better protect the building. There's a bunch of minor items with electrical that need to be addressed, which we're going to be working that through the tenant. The HVAC system is also in need of a significant investment. We currently have a project in place to replace the chiller and the cooling system, along with the 2 first-floor backstage handler. And that's probably going to be completed early next year, and that's a price tag of $600,000. Ultimately, the rest of the system needs to be redone, and that we estimate a price tag of $700,000. There's a steel terrazzo. We estimate another $11,000 to restore. And you're probably going to see within the next few weeks, we're going to be fumigating for termites the entire facility. That building and the one next door for 286, which is the one that you just did the historical designation. So if you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them.
I do.
Me too.
Me too.
I have a number of them.
Should I be worried? I'm just
I
kidding.
hope you've got time.
One at a time.
Actually,
Go ahead.
It's a question for staff. I think we're missing some sheets because I don't have page 10, which is, I would imagine, the second half of what Mr. Diaz was just saying. I just have 1 through 3. I'm missing all the even pages in my submittal.
Mine too.
Okay, so I had many questions, and Mr. Diaz just answered some of them, and I did not notice the missing pages earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
While we're waiting for that.
Mr. Maxwell, go ahead and start your question.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia-Ponce. A couple of questions. What's the lease structure that the city offers to tenants for these buildings? For both of them, I'm sure they're the same.
So for example, the Actor Playhouse, it is a very old lease, and it's been extended several times. So those terms are, they're not-for-profit. So we're stuck with those terms, and that's about to expire in 2040. So they're going to be there for a while, most likely.
Okay. All right. And what I'm driving at is there's certain kinds of lease. You've got net leases, which is okay. You've got net leases. So what do we have here? I mean, is the tenant responsible for the envelope?
No, we are.
Okay.
The city
in
is.
both cases?
In all cases, yes.
In all cases.
Yes, the city is responsible for the structural envelope and the roofing.
Okay. Okay, so we have a modified full lease. Okay, so they're responsible for taxes and insurance and those kinds of things, and their interior improvements and everything on the outside is the responsibility of the city?
In this case, yes. There's going to be a difference between, for example, the theater and the lease agreement for the restaurant. I think the lease agreement for the restaurant is going to put a significant higher burden of maintenance on the restaurant as opposed to the theater.
Okay, so in the case of of these commercial spaces, the city's responsible for the air conditioning and maintenance of the air conditioning and these things like that?
We, generally speaking, no, but in the case of the theater, we are.
Okay.
That won't be the case with the restaurant once that's finalized.
That restaurant is a part of the building that was.
One at a time, Mr.
Sorry,
President.
I just want to clarify that the restaurant was part of the building.
It is part of the building.
It's not the.
No, I understand.
But it's separated. It's a separate
I know.
space within the building.
Okay. Now, I guess what my really big question is, the maintenance and preservation plans that I've been seeing seem to be very short. In other words, it's all immediate. So how can we say that we have a maintenance and preservation plan if we're only looking at immediate issues? And so let me kind of come around to here. Maintenance and preservation plans tend to go for a long period of time. They involve both policies, procedures, as well as, well, we're going to do this, okay, now, and then in the future, we're going to govern all that by this, okay? I don't see any of that. I only see what we're proposing to spend money on now, not who's going to govern, not how we're going to do it, what our policy is, or anything like that. I'm only seeing something that's very immediate. So how can we call that a maintenance and preservation plan?
So one of the things that we're doing, and it's actually, I think it's spelled out here as well, and it's something that we're actually implementing for pretty much overly spaces, regardless of status. We're actually going to be hiring a private company to do yearly inspections, and we're going to use that as a basis to, the folks who do construction inspections and building inspections. So we're going to use that as a basis to figure out what kind of things need to be done on a year-by-year basis. So a number of things that obviously will be the city's responsibility, and some of the things will be the tenant. In most of these buildings, our responsibility is really the roofing and the envelope. In the case of a theater, there's going to be some significant investment that's going to eventually have to go into it. But as far as the regular maintenance, I mean, we do regular roofing inspections. We clean up the roof. The roof, we're going to do it now. We won't have to touch it for another probably
years.
15, 20, 25 years. So as we extend this over the lifetime, we're going to do yearly roof inspections. They're going to be clean. Besides that, there's really not much else to do unless we do find a deficiency.
Well, but here's the thing. I mean, things are going to change over time.
Absolutely.
Okay? And so what are the policies and procedures for looking at and trying to maintain the preservation of that? That's really the crux of the question that I'm driving at. What I'm saying is that there is no maintenance plan nor preservation plan. There is simply a list of things that we're going to do in the immediate, and we've got a budget for them. But that's not a long-term plan. And this is not a personal criticism or criticism of the city. It's intended to have the parties look at this in a way that says, look, I'm holding on to this for 100 years. How am I going to deal with it over the period of time that I own it? What are the policies and procedures that we need to put in place and that we should have here, okay, that said how I'm going to preserve and protect that? It's not just a list of what it is I've got to get stuff done, okay? I mean, it's kind of like anything else in the city. How am I going to preserve the Venetian pool? Okay. What am I going to do? What am I going to do over 100 years? And so it's not a list of the projects, but it's a list of how I'm going to look at it. Kind of like a zoning code and anything else. It's really a code. So I'm going to encourage the city to do that. And I'm going to vote no on both of these, for the transfer, because I just don't think that this is adequate at this time. I think that these are significant enough properties that they need to come back, and there needs to be good forethought to it, and you can use it as a model to come to all the rest of the TDRs. I mean, we're looking at some significant, this is very significant.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
May I ask him some questions?
Go ahead, Mr.
Thank you. Okay, perhaps I was not hearing you correctly, but so I'm looking at the
Bruce,
list.
are you speaking to the mic?
Yes, I'm sorry. So I'm looking at the list, and I have only pages 8 and 9 that have the the stabilization maintenance plan figures.
We're printing them right now, so if you want to just.
But, okay, so, but I can continue with my question. I think you mentioned near the end of your initial comments that you were talking about $800,000 that they were looking at using in 2 to 3 years. Is that correct for a roof?
For the upper roof, yes.
Okay. But you have, as item 3, roofing, there's a flat roof, but you have the building was redone in 2014, and you say that the new roof should not be until 7 to 12 years. Okay?
No.
So, well, let me finish my question. Okay. So you have a figure of $200,000 to the right in the column under roofing, and I see you stating that inspections are going to be done twice a year. Okay. And you peg $200,000 for those inspections. And it could be from 7 to 12 years. So that means that $200,000 as a figure is going to be allocated to do between 14 and 24 inspections. Okay. So does that mean that money, that $200,000 figure, is to cover the cost of inspections at approximately $10,000 a pop, or is that $200,000 that you're going to allocate toward roofing repairs or replacement?
So I think you're mixing both buildings, because the building that was done with the roof that was done in 2014 is not the one that we're talking about. It is not the Miracle Theater, is the one next to it.
I know, I'm looking at 286.
So we're looking at 280 is the one that I think we're going over right now. Right?
I didn't think so. I thought we were talking about 286.
Doing
That we
280.
just-
We're looking at 280, the item that was being looked at is 280, not 286.
280. You would think we would go through 286, so we just designated,
Right.
but we're doing
You
280.
designated, so I assumed that, okay.
So they're two
Okay,
separate things.
The order of operation here is confusing.
So the theater has 3 lower roof and the upper roof. The 3 lower roof we're working on right now. The upper roof is the one that's scheduled to be done within 2 to 3 years for $800,000.
How much?
800,000. The 3 lower roofs about 550.
How many square feet?
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head.
So I was going to finish my comments after I had gone through that, but if you have a plan like this, we don't even know what the gross amount that's going to come from the TDRs, because that's not mentioned here in the
We don't.
report. But let's say that you have $1 million, okay? I'm just picking a number, okay?
We don't have a roof leak, but I need a roof.
You could have a report like this that's dealing with AC and tiles in bathrooms and, a whole bunch of stuff, and it can come out to $450,000 or $600,000 or $800,000. And then what's going to happen is, for all of these small incidental things that are, admittedly, they need to be corrected if you've got termites eating a building or
Must be very tired.
water damage or whatever. But you're going to, and this might
Thank you, Gustavo.
resonate with what Michael's saying, but you take this money from TDRs and you spend it right up front, allocate it right up front for doing a list of things that include stuff that doesn't even look or feel like it has to do with historic preservation, okay? And you could spend 100% of the money or 75% of the money that came from the TDRs, and it's gone. And it just doesn't exist. It's just evaporated. So that's why I think that, Michael's comments about getting more structure and more guidance and some fine tuning as to, if you've got a historic building and you're generating money from it, that you don't want all that money flushed away in a flood right up front, and then there's nothing left to hold, okay? I have a feeling that there needs to be some perpetual existence and use of funds.
So
If
if I may,
it's going into a fund, right, not rather than just exhausting it because we've said we're gonna paint this and we're gonna fix these termites and we're gonna replace these tiles, and then the money just floats away.
So the roof is actually getting done through a citywide roofing matrix. This is not exclusive to historical buildings. It's actually part of the city's program moving forward. We have a roofing matrix as part of our capital improvements budget, which gets funded year after year, and its purpose is to address all roofing through the city. The HVAC system is also funded. We also have an HVAC matrix, which is funded through the capital and general funds through capital for the purpose of addressing the AC. Those are the two biggest issues. The idea with the TDRs.
That's also where I was going, because
Sure.
you have this listed on a cost that's gonna be taken out of the TDR funds, but then you have a separate statement that seems to conflict, which is that you've got this matrix and funds coming someplace else in some other city budget to do that, but you're excluding from the TDR money that you're putting in the maintenance plan and reducing the TDR money.
I don't think we're gonna get enough money from the TDRs to do everything that will eventually be on this list. So I think the idea of the TDRs is eventually to facilitate, moving forward with what needs to be done. I don't expect the TDRs to generate the amount of money to be able to do everything that is necessary here.
You can get $2.5 to $3 million on it, which is still not gonna last you
really know,
forever.
but-
I mean, it's not the only true, or the sole source of money to take care of that building. You have
Correct.
taxes. In 20 years, you have different sources of money that are taking care of it right now. And the income from the theater itself is doing some part of it.
Right.
So, I mean, it's going to go on just the way it's been going on for the last 25 years. Only it'll have another $250,000. or
What we're
$200
doing
million.
moving forward is that we're gonna be doing, and again, this is not specific to historical buildings, we're gonna be doing yearly inspections. And those inspections are gonna generate a list of things that are gonna be necessary to do on a regular basis. And it will be your job to determine what is the responsibility to the tenant, what is the responsibility to the city, and fund that accordingly as we go along. As far as the long-term items, the roof are gonna get done besides a regular inspection. If they're done correctly, we shouldn't have to do anything for those roofs for the next probably 20, 25 years. The same thing with the HVAC system. Those should be good for the next 15 years. So a lot of the rest, especially in terms of the tenants, it's really the responsibility of the tenants for the interior items.
But when you have inspections, and you put it on the maintenance list, okay, and that's not a replacement, that's just as a line item for inspections. I'm sorry. So if you have a list that includes costs specified as a dollar amount for inspections, and it's coming from TDR money.
The inspections don't necessarily have to come from TDR money. Like I said, there's.
But I thought that that's what this maintenance plan is to take the money that was captured from the TDRs and spend it on this maintenance plan and reduce the money that the TDRs generated.
The way all TDRs
So,
work,
I
I mean,
mean-
for the owners of the building.
The intention of the TDRs is to be placed in an overall maintenance fund, no maintenance funds for a
Historic preservation.
historical preservation. It won't be specific to this building. The TDRs are not going to generate enough money to address all this, but it certainly will reduce the amount of money that the city will need
Because they're gonna jump in.
to be able to do it, especially with the big items that we have coming up, specifically to this building. You're looking at the envelope and the structural issues that we need to start looking at on the marquee. The rest of the stuff is being handled through the matrix, and maybe it wasn't clear here, but again, we have the roofing matrix, we have the HVAC metric, we have, that's how those things are handled throughout the city as a whole.
Anything else, Mr. Earnhardt?
No, it's just, I guess I'm not feeling right about if you've got, for example, 20 inspections and there's $200,000 being spent for the inspections. So you're doing $10,000 a pop every 6 months over, over a period of years.
We're not spending
to-
$200,000 on inspections.
Well,
I mean, I couldn't tell you how much inspection would be for something like the Miracle Theater, but we certainly is nowhere near $200,000. You're looking, I don't know.
well, I was
If
looking.
I were to guess, 10,
again, I was
15
looking
grand.
at the wrong, I'm just using it as an example.
So I'm not sure
But
where, and in fact, I think these inspections are being handled through our development department, so.
I think it's also,
TDRs, not budgets for the maintenance of any one building.
I'm sorry?
I say, we're talking about TDRs, where we get money we sell square footage to developers. We get money and it goes into some pot where it's spent on historic preservation.
Correct.
I don't understand what the confusion is.
Okay.
Mr. Garcia Palms?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I think there's a lot going on today, and I think it's great. I would first like to thank Member Maxwell for putting into words what I tried to do last meeting, which is the importance of the operations and maintenance plan and the role this board has in that. And I think the guidance that you offered earlier was right on point and probably more than I was thinking it should be. So I really appreciate you starting it off that way. My question was going to be similar as to the length of the view that we're looking. I wasn't looking at the life of the building, which is, of course, the right way to look at it. I was looking at it in 5, 10, 20 years, right, which is more of the practical, tactical life that you live, right, which is the sort of today need. I think there's two things. One, I'll do I'll do them two pieces. One is, I think the questions that Mr. Ehrenhaft, and I remember at the last meeting discussion of how we spend the money. In my experience, TDRs, the funds recouped from that never cover the operations and maintenance of a building, right? It can never do it in any amount of time, right? So that's why I'm never really concerned about how we spend the money now, later, because we're going to spend the money easy, because every building is going to need that kind of money, whether it comes from TDRs or other funding sources. I think Mr. Diaz is doing himself a disservice today by conflating the different sources of funds and who's going to pay for what in this operations and maintenance plan. I'm hopeful that a future operations and maintenance plan, particularly on city-owned properties, I think it should be on all properties, but on city-owned properties should be, as Mr. Maxwell mentioned, what's our plan for the entirety of the building, irregardless of where the money's coming from, which is what I think your point is. It's going to be money coming from the city to pay for these things. When we get stuck in $1 million or $2 million over the life of this building is going to cost more than that. So again, that's what sort of my concern, and I understand other people's concerns with regards to that. So I'm not really concerned about how we spend the money as long as we're spending it appropriately. Mm-hmm. And I think it should be part of your plan when it gets revised or updated or corrected in some way, that your annual inspections are included so that it's clear to the city and the board that it's going to be an ongoing, looking forward plan of not just today, but what we're going to do tomorrow. I was going to ask about the city's, I believe the city has a capital plan for a 5-year capital plan. I don't know if you actually have these things or not. I know most cities do. And the way that the phrasing in the operations plan is, we're in the process of, we're going to do it in maybe 3 years, is, in my view, an appropriate operation and maintenance plan would really include it in the capital plans of the city. So it's not just, words on this sheet of paper, which may disappear. It is in the city's plans, even if it's allocated to another funding source, right? That's sort of two separate things, so that we, the board, whose, I believe, charge is to preserve historic buildings and properties, we feel comfort that that is happening, again, in my mind, irregardless of the funding source. So I I love the board's role in the review of the operations and maintenance plan, and I agree that I haven't seen one that I've been happy with since I've been on the board, and I would love for the city to step up and create a template for what an operations and maintenance plan of these historic buildings are to be, so that we, the city, going forward for another 100 years, really put our money where our mouth is with regards to protecting projects. So, other than this particular operations and maintenance plan, I believe the city is going to do the right thing. I just don't think it's properly reflected in what's before us today. And I'm going to leave it at that, whether we vote yes, no, or maybe come back. But I think it's two important things. Thank you.
Ms. Rolando?
Yes, a couple of things. I concur with Mr. Maxwell and Mr. Garcia-Ponce and Aaron Bruce's conclusions. This plan that we're being asked to approve two things: the transfer of the development rights and the maintenance plan. And what we're expressing a concern about is this is a fix-it plan. This is a list of things that need to get done in the next 2 or 3 years. What we're all saying is we think there needs to be a long-term maintenance plan. So you come to us and you say, okay, every 3 years or every 5 years, we're going to inspect and evaluate the condition of the building and give an update to the city and include in the city budget. And let's say the city inspections break down each building component and set forth what is the remaining useful life, what is the cost to replace, and include some kind of inflation factor. So it helps you with the budgeting for the city, so you know when you go each year to make your ask for what you need to do to maintain the city assets, you can plan how much you're going to, and start asking early, so by the time the roof starts leaking, you have the money. So I think what we're looking for is not just fix it now, but what are the resources that the city needs to be planning to devote to adequately maintain its assets, plus start budgeting for it. So a capital improvement plan and we all know once you go beyond 10 years, it's kind of wishful thinking anyway.
Right.
But probably 7 even. But I think that's what I'm looking for is something that has a longer horizon, that recognizes the value of these buildings and gives the city the guidance it needs to be budgeting for the future, so we have the monies to maintain it. Now, the other thing I wanted to ask you about is, what about the sign? Who maintains the MIRACLE, miracle, miracle sign? Because there's a letter that's not lighting up. And I don't know if that's the theater's.
No, that'll be us.
City. That's the city.
That's the.
That'll be us, yes.
Okay, and I know that those signs, there's not a lot of people around who can fix them.
You're absolutely right.
So I think there's nothing that I saw in here, maybe I missed it.
Then the marquee?
She's talking about the vertical sign.
The vertical.
Right, the marquee, right? That's
And
part
the
of the
marquee
marquee.
is really that.
Yeah,
I thought it would be the whole thing.
Yeah, it is the whole thing.
So, right.
And we were able to find, and I was trying to look up if I had it in my personal phone, the company that we hired to do, because at some point that was functioning. I'm thinking it's Acolyte or something like that, and that was the original company that did the Miracle Theater when it was first built.
Really?
And we found that company, and they were able to fix it. But I don't know whether it's still around. That wasn't that long ago. Anyway.
So I don't know if this number includes maintenance and repairs of the sign.
So we do have an item here,
I saw
which we don't have a price yet, but it's for the overall restoration of the marquee.
And does that include the sign?
Yeah, the marquee is the whole thing. The sign, the front, it's like a semicircle, oval shape, all that. It's what I will consider the marquee.
Yeah.
So,
Are you done? Mm-hmm. So I have two things. What I really would like to see is specific procedures related to historic preservation. I got the HVAC, you guys can figure that out, that's not that big of a deal, you can do the roof. But in each of these buildings, there are specific problems related to the historic nature of the buildings. And this building is the cleaning and the maintenance of the coral rock that was used to build it. In the Miracle Theater, it's that marquee. Because we don't want to have an electronic marquee up there. We want to retain the historic nature of that marquee. So you're going to have to find somebody that can do that. And I would like to see that type of details in each of the historic buildings. In the museum, it's also the rock. Particularly since it's a museum and you don't want to have any moisture getting into any of the artwork that they're there. And that's hard. It's hard to do, but there are people that do that for a living. There are conservation people. There are a handful of people, and what I would like to see on these plans is the inclusion of, if you're able to find a person to do it, then you include that specific person, or you at least do a guidelines of who you were looking for in order to solve those problems. And I'm not as concerned about the HVAC and the roof and all that other stuff, because that's not the issue with these historic buildings. It's if you hire the wrong person, or a general contractor, or even an inspector looking at this stuff that don't know about that specific problem, you're going to mess up. And sometimes it'll be permanently, because you can't get that material back. So that's my one concern. The second one is about the TDR transfer on this site. For years, the Actors Playhouse have been wanting to do some type of an addition to that building, because they need to have bigger sets able to come in somehow. I'm getting this wrong. You have to talk to Barbara Stein. But I know that there was a concern that at some point she wanted to do an addition to the building. And if the city sells off all of the TDRs on that site, that addition can't happen, because there would be no more development rights. So I would just caution the city to go to Actors Playhouse and see whether that's still pie in the sky that they want, because
they need a fly space.
Right.
They need a fly space. That's their main
I know they can't
objective.
get some of the plays that they want, because
And it's basically going through the roof with a 30-foot or so addition to the top of the building.
you know, that may be doable. All it has to do is come to this board. I just don't want
You don't want to have to buy back TDRs later.
I don't want the sale of these TDRs to negate the possibility of making that a better space for the tenants.
If I can, I'm confused about what direction we're going in. I thought we were doing the TDRs. While I believe, and believe me, I think what you guys have been talking about getting a plan together for the spending of this money and the organization of the jobs that need to be done and relative to historic preservation and so forth, are absolutely critical and have to be done. However, the question before us is, are we going to allow them to sell the TDRs. And they're completely separate from all this maintenance and stuff.
No, it's not. That's the problem.
Yeah, but it's, wait a minute, it's a source of money to take care of the things that are needed that somebody is going to define in a plan. But it does not have anything to do with whether we're going to allow them to sell the TDRs or not. We have to allow them to do it so that the money comes in. But it's not going to last forever. And whatever plan you come up with, it's going to be different for every building, probably, somewhat different. And what we're after here is the agreement that we can sell the TDRs.
So
Period.
if
That's
we,
the only question.
if we can get that from staff, because I don't believe that's correct. Warren?
I do. I think that's.
I'd like to ask staff, are we voting for the TDR, the operations and maintenance plan as part of the approval, or is it separate approvals?
They're separate.
They're separate.
Go ahead, Warren.
I mean, without the TDRs, there might not be an agreement to do a plan for the future.
But there's two
You know, the
separate
applicant,
votes.
I mean, it's right here in the request. The applicant requests approval of a maintenance plan authorization for the transfer of unused development rights and the issuance of certificates of transfer. It's very clear. They're all tied together.
So if
I
I may,
Maybe.
my apologies. I think there's a mistake, and I'd like to attempt to clarify that.
Please.
The only thing before the Historic Preservation Board is the maintenance plan. That's
Okay.
it.
Okay, that's completely
The
separate. from
transfer
TDR.
of the actual TDRs, how the funds are spent, what is allocated to the building, that is all done by staff.
That's all what?
It's all been what?
It's all done by staff. The actual transfer is initiated by the Historic Preservation Officer, not the board. The
So we
board,
don't,
According
No,
to
no,
the,
right here it says.
I understand, that's.
Approval of maintenance and preservation plan and approval of the issuance of certificate of transfer,
I understand.
10,368 square feet.
I understand.
is that wrong?
That is wrong.
Okay, well,
Well,
I can clarify if you'd like for me to read directly from the code.
Yes, if
This
you
is something
could.
that was previously discussed, but obviously it didn't translate over to the agenda item.
well, I guess that begs the question of whether, since this is the agenda and what's posted, and it's incorrect, what do you do?
Well, since what was posted was more,
Right.
not less, it can move forward without an issue. So the Historic Preservation Board review and approval of a maintenance and preservation plan to determine compliance with Article 8. Article 8 being historic preservation. The actual approval, so the approval to transfer, send shall be via issuance of certificate of TDRs. The Historic Preservation Officer may recommend conditions of approval that are necessary to ensure compliance with these standards set forth.
okay.
So in essence, what the board is considering is whether the maintenance plan is sufficient to preserve the historical integrity of these properties. That's really the crux of the approval.
I'm going back to something
How well do we
that I
know that?
talked about earlier, and I'm going to suggest to staff, Public Works, and to the Historic Preservation Division that you look at the National Park Service. The National Park Service has documents out the wazoo, and
preservation
they've got
agreements and
preservation and maintenance plans, and, you know, we operate under and that's under the Secretary of the Interior. And so we operate under that as our code, you know, the Secretary of the Interior standards. Why don't we, you know, look at that? And I think it would be easy for staff to begin to draft something that would be appropriate to Coral Gables using that as a model. It's a suggestion.
Yeah.
You know, to move the process further along, because it's very clear that we have lots of objections to what's being stated at this point.
Through the chair. So I think there's two things. I know that at the last meeting, we had the approval of the maintenance plan for another project, and then we made a recommendation to the commission about the historic fund and how to spend it. So we did it correctly at the last meeting. And on this meeting, again, I think Mr. Maxwell got it right on. The only clarity I would make is that historic preservation staff can't write it, but historic preservation staff could assist the architect or engineer who is writing the maintenance plan as to what the expectations of the board and the city are, so that what Ms. Spain mentioned, what Mr. Maxwell mentioned, what I mentioned, we could format it in a way that we could understand it a little bit better and feel better about what the city is doing to preserve the building. Again, irregardless of the money, right? You need the money to have it there, but our concern is the preservation of the building. I know that the city, on page 8, there was, like, the last 2 sentences of the plan was the beginning of what I think we're talking about, which is where it says, upon completion of the project, city staff perform roof inspections twice a year, clean drains as needed, evidence of leaks, and hire an independent company. Those are forward-looking things, which the AC needs to work in order to preserve the building. We get it, but as Ms. Spain mentioned, there are other things that are specific to historic buildings, which we would really love to see, and we think it's important for the city to know what their responsibilities are going to be. So I think Mr. Maxwell said it, and I would encourage the board, if we're going to do something about this tonight, that we, through the Historic Preservation Office, work with the city staff to come up with a template for a plan and have the city maybe come back with a better plan.
Perhaps even a deferral, to come back. I mean, none of us want to vote against any of this. We all love this, but it's trying to do the best that we can in the long term for the city. And we've already noticed that, some of the things that we've said about the preservation fund from the TDRs, they've already been moved forward. So, let's look at this in a positive way. Please, this is not a personal criticism in any way. Okay. But I will say, just in passing, that I would surely like to be a contractor for the city at $1,400 a square for re-roofing.
They go out to bid.
Hey, man, I just bid a roof that was twice this size. It was a fraction of this, and it's a commercial roof just like that. And it's, by the way, it's 5 stories.
We put them out to bid, and we get the lowest bidder.
I'm going to become a city contractor.
So.
John's going to be my architect.
So if we don't approve a maintenance plan tonight, is the city able?
In the mic, Donna.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was talking to the city attorney, so I was looking his way. If we don't approve a maintenance plan, can the city go forward with the sale of the development rights?
No. So if you read the first line of the transfer sending of TDR sending sites, it states that the HPO, the Historic Preservation Officer, shall have the authority to grant approval to transfer and send TDRs if all of the following are met. One of those being that the Historic Preservation Board has reviewed and approved the maintenance and preservation plan.
I also have a question for the city attorney. Is there a difference between a denial and a deferral? Does the denial trigger a certain time that the city has to wait to come back to the board, or can they come back at the next available meeting?
I would have to look into that because this is not necessarily a building permit that they are seeking. If you were seeking a building permit and you were denied by, let's say, Board of Architects, you could not bring back a similarly designed plan. You'd have to bring a different application. This being a TDR and really the maintenance plan being redone, I would counsel the board, if they do not feel comfortable approving today, that they make a motion to defer the item to allow staff sufficient time to correct any deficiencies.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
I have a question, Chair.
Here's a question.
Go ahead.
If this is ultimately deferred, is the intention that we do not bring any TDR applications back until every property has a maintenance plan that meets all of your requirements?
If I may, I think my concern is it's this property, this application before us. Is that the question, Mr. Adams?
The question is that, I mean, if you all know maintenance plans, you don't, for what you're looking for, it's going to take a significant amount of time to prepare. And we are receiving a number of TDR applications from applicants, not just from city-owned properties, but are we as staff to reject all of these applications based on an assumption of what the board might think is appropriate?
That's exactly why I was saying a TDR thing is the thing that gets everything started.
So I think if I can, I'll start, maybe Mr. Maxwell can. So I think you're hearing direction from the board, Mr. Adams, that we would like more robust operations and maintenance plans in general. I think we're giving city staff today recommendations particular to this application, but I think this historic preservation staff would do the applicants a service to let them know that the board is interested in a longer view understanding of the preservation of projects. I don't think you should delay anybody. I think we have the opportunity to speak to the city because it's a city project today, and we should take advantage of that because the city is a great partner in these things, and I'm sure would love to do the right thing, as does this board. So as far as city applications are concerned, I would really encourage the city and historic preservation staff to just do better on our applications for the operation and maintenance. And I think any private applications that are proceeding, you may want to counsel them with the discussion that we've had today, where it's not just about the immediate fixes, but about the longer term preservation of the building. And that could be done in a number of ways. Mr. Maxwell.
I completely agree, and I would like to seek when we're ready for a motion, if we are, I would like to make a motion to what's the word I'm looking for? Delay, retard, defer. Both of these particular maintenance plans pending. Another one.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
I'm sorry.
Just handle this one, and then we can go over the other one.
Okay, it's going to go for the both of them, but we can do that too. Yeah, that would be the motion to defer
To the next available meeting or
to
whenever
the
the
next
city's
available
ready?
meeting with the hope that the city. We don't want to delay the city. By the way, are these pending sale? In other words, there's someone that wants to buy them right now.
I believe so, but I'm not 100% sure.
Okay,
I don't have that.
That would be good to find out.
That was my concern, if we were harming some type of,
That may well be the case,
I
but
don't know.
I don't really know. I don't have the answer to that question. I'm not part of that negotiation.
yeah.
Well, again, I think it's the charge of this board to preserve historic properties.
Yeah.
So,
Anyone else? Mr. Maxwell?
Motion to defer until the next meeting.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Rolando.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm thinking. Um, well, I have total faith in staff. That's my concern, because I know that you will do the right thing. The fact that it isn't written down doesn't mean you're not going to do it. It's just that we needed to have it in writing, so I will say yes.
You saying yes?
Yes.
Yes.
It's a very weak yes. It's my kind of
A
yes.
weak yes.
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 I have to ask council a question. I'm sorry. I will not be present at the next meeting. Does that make it impossible for me to vote yes for the deferral?
No.
Okay. Yes.
Yes. Okay.
The next one.
Okay, next case file, TDR 2022-006. Consideration of the transfer of development rights for the property at 286 Miracle Mile, a local historic landmark legally described as the north 70 feet of lots 1 and 2 and the west 10 feet of the north 70 feet of Lot 3, Block 2, Coral Gables Craft Section, according to the plat thereof, as recorded in Plat Book 10, page 40 of the Public Records of Dade County, Florida. Application requests approval of maintenance plan authorization for the transfer of the unused development rights and the issuance of certificates of transfer. The Historic Preservation Board reviews the maintenance preservation plan pursuant to Section 14-204.4 of the zoning code.
Your mic.
There you go. It should be familiar with the property. You just saw it. So Warren is up. on the screen.
That's the same conversation we just got finished with?
If I may, I'm pretty sure that you're going to have the same concerns about this application as with the other one, but I'd like to point out there's some significant difference between this building and the other one. This building is actually, even though it's everything on the 140 number, separated into two separate retail spaces. The maintenance and redevelopment of those spaces, according to the leases that we have in place right now, and hopefully the lease that we're going to have with the one space that we have under temporary short-term leases, it puts the maintenance of everything that is within the building, the responsibility of the tenant. One of the things that we are going to be doing moving forward is the yearly inspections that we're talking about. And in fact, a few of the items that we recently identified are, these are things that need to happen. For the most part, they're fairly minor. The only thing that, according to the current lease agreements that falls under the jurisdiction of the city, will be basically the structural and the roofing in this particular case, which is something that, we do have a short-term plan and a long-term plan, including some immediate repairs that are necessary and probably a replacement within the next 7 to 12 years. So I know the theater, it's a different animal altogether, so maybe you'll reconsider this one.
Can you all take the PowerPoint down, please?
Any questions?
This building has less difficult
Yes, absolutely.
historic elements to deal with. I mean, there is the molding, whatever it is, the carving, but that's fairly straightforward.
Mhm.
I have less concern about the getting technical people on board doing it.
So I think we should wait for Mr. Maxwell to have some of this conversation. So, Mr. Diaz, I saw the plan without the large expenditure of the 7 to 12 years of the roof. It looks like it's about $100,000 and change, maybe 150.
It's the $47,000 is the only larger item, but that actually is for the whole building. It's not just for this one.
So I think since they are connected and the amount of dollars seems to be de minimis here, it's almost like, why can't we just do them both together at the next meeting?
They're separate buildings, but I guess that's your prerogative. But they're being treated separately, so.
Yeah, 100% separately. But again, if it were $1 billion, I think it would be the same conversation. And the fact that it's just a few dollars, I'm sure the city can find 50 grand in their budget today and pay it.
Well, that's
into it.
happening now.
Right.
It should be happening within the next few
But
weeks.
there's no urgency. Doesn't appear to be more urgency with the TDRs on this one than in the other project. And I believe that still it's a city property. It's not as difficult. Yes, it should be easier. But as we're developing a maintenance plan, I think we should be consistent. Mr. Maxwell, I don't know if you're hearing this conversation.
No, I think he missed my very eloquent introduction.
I think I've said all I need to say. And I appreciate your attention, and I believe and know that you guys will do a great job coming up with this. Have lots of faith in you.
I agree with Mr. Garcia Ponce. If this is small, we can do the whole thing next month.
Do you want to make a motion?
No.
Third, I don't know if you wanted to hear from Warren at all before you hear from staff on this at all. Just because he's out there.
Does he have anything to say?
Always. We always want to hear from Mr. Adams.
Mr. Adams?
Yes, you're asking if I have anything to say. It's sort of normal for staff to present the application first. So, to stay with protocol of how these meetings normally run, then I would suggest, yes, I at least need to present the application. So the application here for clarification is for approval of the maintenance plan only. The structure was built in 1947. It was designated in 2022. As you know, you just recently approved the historic designation of the building. Therefore, it is eligible to be a sending site. The City of Coral Gables Public Works Department has submitted a maintenance preservation plan, which includes existing conditions, proposed corrective actions, maintenance schedule, and estimated costs. And as was discussed, there is no way that the money raised from the sale of these TDRs is going to cover the future maintenance of the building than for, much longer than possibly 5 or 10 years. The intent being that the money is raised at a point when TDRs are actually possibly at the highest selling price they've ever been within the City of Coral Gables. And you actually have a maintenance plan which lists work that is urgently required now for structural work, for AC work, for roofing work, for termite treatment, work that is desperately need done, because if it is not done, the buildings are only going to continue to deteriorate. So again, for this application, staff is recommending approval of the maintenance and preservation plan. And again, for clarification, we will attempt to tell all applicants that the board expects something much more from them, something much more detailed, something that looks much further into the future. And based on what the board said, we will try to convey that information to them so that when these applications come in, they're given the board's full consideration. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Adams? Any questions? Would you like to make a motion?
Move to defer case file PDR 2020. Thank you. Move to defer case file TDR 2022-006 for the consideration of transfer development rights and approval of the maintenance plan until our next meeting or whenever you bring it back with the plan.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Now you're calling me immediately?
Yes.
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 Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You too. Okay. Kara, Mr. Adams, anything else? Old business, new business?
I have a question about some new business. Or maybe you'll tell me that it's old business and to shut up. But it's on Madeira, there's a whole block of apartment buildings. It looks like they're already fenced off completely, the block, the 300 block. There are at least 4 historically significant apartment buildings on that street. And I've been told that they're scheduled for demolition. Tell me I'm wrong.
You are not wrong. Those properties came to this board for determination of significance, and they were deemed to be not significant.
Have you looked at them? Mm-hmm. I'm sure you have.
Mm-hmm. The one. So there are 2. There are a pair that are closer to Lejeune,
right,
and there are 2 that are a little bit further down the street. So the one on the left is the one that we brought to you all for determination. And then when it was deemed that it had been altered, it was not significant enough to save. It was made very clear at that meeting that the one that was like its twin, adjacent to it, was also going to be allowed to be demolished, and that was with the approval of the board.
How long ago was that brought to the board?
You were on the board. I want to say, I feel like you made the motion. I could be wrong, but it
Don't
was.
speculate on
I
that,
know.
please.
That was before I retired.
I would never. those
We went out
buildings
there
are
to go
nice.
see. We went out there to go see them.
I've got pictures of them. They
yeah,
are
it
beautiful.
was 6 years ago,
Madeira.
5 or 6 years ago.
Here?
On Madeira and North Ponce.
On Madeira, right off Lejeune, between Lejeune and
300
South
blocks.
Lejeune.
Tara, when were these constructed, may I ask?
Sorry,
When were these constructed?
in the 20s.
These are from the 20s?
And
don't
they are
recall
not,
this.
they are not insignificant, in my view.
The two that are closer to Lejeune was a determination from many, many, many years ago, before I got here. And then the other two did come to this board while I've been here.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm happy to provide you with the minutes, the recap, so you guys can.
Here are the two closest to Lejeune.
I don't even want to see it. What am I going to do about it now?
I know.
Well,
There was no maintenance plan.
Mr. Adams.
Oh, no, I have a question for Mr. Adams.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh.
I'm trying to get him.
Thank you. So it was a follow-up to the discussion item we had at the last meeting with regards to the whole demolition floodplain discussion. I know that we had asked, and I think the city said that they were going to work on the refinement of that map so that it could be a little bit more understandable as to which properties may be affected by that house or the Florida resolution that passed. Is that something that is still in process?
That's still in process, but we did have a determination from the city attorney's office to make it clear that this order is for single family homes only within the specified flood zones only, and it is for total demolition only. And it will not affect our review of potentially, new construction in a historic district. There's been a discussion as to how we're going to deal with these applications. The recommendation that we're giving is that all applications for demolition, whether complete demolition or partial demolition, are still referred to the Historic Preservation Office. We've recommended that these applications are firstly reviewed by the building department, and if building confirm that the property meets the requirements of the bill, when it comes to staff, our response will be no further review necessary, but it will give us the option to reach out to the property owner, and if they're agreeable, allow us to photograph and record the structure. So that is what we're recommending. We're recommending that all demolition applications still come to us. And obviously, demolition, complete demolitions, or even partial demolitions for properties which may have some significance, we can trigger the request for a review for historic significance. We're just not comfortable putting the final decision in the hands of the building department, whereby we may miss demolitions that we would really want to go out there and with the owner's consent fully record the property. So again, I have to stress it's only for total demolition of single family homes within the specified flood zones. So no commercial, no multifamily, no partial demolitions. Where our big challenge is going to be is if there's an application for a partial demolition and we are asked to, review the demolition, potentially recommend they submit a determination of significance. If staff finds the property eligible for designation, are we going to trigger the owner to turn around and say, well, that's fine, instead of a partial, we'll just do a full demolition? So that's where we are at the moment.
Thank you for the clarification, Mr. Adams. Would you like any assistance from this board with your request to have those projects come to the historic preservation staff after the building department, or?
I think it would certainly help if you gave some sort of support to it, that all demolitions still come to the Historic Preservation Office once reviewed by building. And if the property meets the requirements of the bill and total demolition is going to happen, that you support staff reaching out to the property owner to request access to fully record the property prior to the demolition.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion for a resolution for what Mr. Adams just said. I don't know if it's appropriate at this time, but I think it's a very reasonable request, and I would like to see if we can support staff.
Did you make a motion?
Yeah, so a motion, and I can't repeat what Mr. Adams just said, so for the record, a motion to what the Historic Preservation Officer just asked, that I requested, and he said on the record the support he would need from us.
I second that.
Ms. Spain?
I did.
Yes.
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 Ms. Spain?
Ms. Spain? Ms.
Yes.
Spain?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Any old business, new business?
Not for me. Warren, do you have anything for the board?
Yes.
Bring you back.
Yes, can you get me on the screen, please? The property that Mr. Maxwell inquired about at the last meeting regarding the S-tiles on the roof of a property which the board approved barrel tiles. I did go out and look at it, and I took some photographs, and certainly the roof slopes that I can make out in the photographs, they certainly look like two-piece barrel tiles.
I'm sorry, but Mr. Adams, I wasn't able to hear you.
Nor was I.
The property you inquired about, where you thought they had installed S-tiles instead of the board-approved barrel tiles,
Columbus.
And what was your determination?
that it's barrel tiles, certainly from the photographs of the roof slopes that I could see.
If I send you a close-up picture, you may change your mind.
Yeah, and I'll send you mine and you may change yours.
Okay, very good.
What did he say?
He's going to send me a
Okay.
haggis.
Anything else?
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn, sir.
Is it my turn again?
I made a motion to adjourn.
Oh, I second.
We're adjourned.
Thank you, sir.
It-